Pair tweet 1, the incident. You three can share one meal. We're short on portions. The words slice through the first-class cabin like a blade. Flight attendant Vanessa Reynolds stands over three 10-year-old black boys, her fake smile barely concealing her contempt. The luxury airliner cruises at 37,000 feet, but the temperature in the cabin just dropped to freezing. The boys look up in confusion, their identical faces showing a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. The smallest one glances at his brothers, then whispers, "But Mommy said we each get one." From across the aisle, their mother, elegant and composed, radiating quiet power, looks up from her book with eyes that could cut glass. Her voice is measured, deliberate, carrying just far enough to be heard by nearby passengers. "Excuse me, did I just hear that correctly?" The flight attendant's mask slips completely. "Ma'am, it's just food. That's how most of you people eat anyway. I'm sure you can manage." The racist assumption hangs in the air like poison gas. Every passenger in earshot freezes, understanding they've just witnessed something unforgivable. Several reach instinctively for their phones. The mother's face transforms. Gentle warmth disappears, replaced by something far more dangerous. The calm certainty of someone who knows exactly what to do next. You'll regret saying that. What started as a simple family vacation is about to become the most expensive 18 words in airline history. The flight attendant who just humiliated these children with casual racism isn't dealing with just any passenger. She's about to bring down a $500 million empire with nothing but quiet dignity and devastating consequences. Setting the scene, Sunstream. Airways Flight 447 from New York to Boston, November 22, 2025. Thanksgiving weekend. Glides smoothly through clear autumn skies. The first-class cabin gleams with understated luxury, butter-soft leather seats in cream and navy, polished mahogany accents, and recessed lighting casting a golden glow over the 16 privileged passengers. The cabin smells of warm bread and expensive cologne, with undertones of the subtle citrus cleaning product used on the leather seats. The quiet hum of engines provides a soothing backdrop to muted conversations and the soft clink of crystal mimosa glasses. Each sound seems amplified in the pressurized cabin, the crisp turning of magazine pages, the gentle tap of fingers on tablets, the soft pop of a child's yawn across the aisle. Morning sunlight streams through windows, catching the perfect sparkle of diamond earrings and highlighting the carefully pressed uniform of flight attendant Vanessa Reynolds. The light creates dramatic shadows across the cabin, almost like a theater stage being set for the confrontation about to unfold. At 42, Vanessa wears her veteran status like armor. 20 years of service represented in the slightly faded wings pinned precisely to her navy blazer. Her blonde hair pulled into a regulation bun so tight it creates tiny tension lines at her temples. Her smile is practiced and mechanical, a professional mask that slips only when she thinks no one important is watching. The cool air flowing from overhead vents carries her perfume, something expensive but slightly too strong, as she moves through the cabin with the confidence of someone who believes they control this small, pressurized kingdom. Zoe Bennett had chosen this flight specifically because of its golden morning light, the kind that usually calmed her sons on the rare occasions they flew. Now that same gentle sunlight illuminates Reynolds' contemptuous expression with unforgiving clarity, casting harsh shadows across features twisted by biases she doesn't even recognize in herself. The contrast between the two women couldn't be more striking. Vanessa's polyester uniform with its faded wings represents her decades of watching passengers like Zoe step into first class with increasing frequency, challenging her internalized notions of who belonged in which spaces. Zoe's simple yet unmistakably expensive travel outfit, cashmere sweater in deep burgundy, tailored black pants, and the understated vintage watch that had been her grandmother's, represents generations of excellence and achievement that Vanessa's worldview simply can't accommodate. The first-class cabin contains 16 passengers this morning, the Bennett family occupying 7AC by the window, the Wilson family across the aisle and 7 DF parents, and 2 blonde children around the same age as the Bennett boys, 3 business executives in the center section, a retired couple near the front, and a few solo travelers immersed in tablets or sleep masks. Digital devices are ubiquitous but subtle. A businessman's Apple Watch Series 12 glowing with stock notifications, a college student's Galaxy Tab Ultra displaying Twitter feeds, the Wilson children playing silently on Nintendo handhelds. each screen representing a potential witness, a possible record of what's unfolding. The boys' first-class tickets are clearly visible on the seatbacks, 3 separate reservations, 3 paid meals, 3 legitimate claims to the full service promised by Sunstream Airways' premium cabin experience. The same premium experience now being denied through a stunning act of casual discrimination. Outside, America passes 37,000 feet below. Unaware that a watershed moment in civil rights and corporate accountability is unfolding above the clouds. As Thanksgiving travelers make their way home, oblivious to the storm brewing in Sunstream Airways' most expensive cabin. Witness reactions. Sofia Rodriguez, seated in 4C, instinctively reaches for her phone the second she hears "you people." The 25-year-old Columbia journalism student recognizes the significance of what's happening immediately. Her fingers swipe through lock screen to TikTok's live recording feature with practiced precision. "This is going straight to my platform where I cover systemic discrimination," she whispers to the passenger beside her, tucking her curtain of dark hair behind one ear. "I already have 246K followers who will make this go viral by tonight." Her manicured fingers tap out a caption that appears in real time. "Flight attendant tells black kids to share one meal while white kids get individual service. Hashtag Sunstream Airways. Hashtag travel, while black hashtag first class racism." Business traveler Marcus Davidson, a white man in his 50s wearing a tailored navy suit and AirPods, removes one earbud. His expression morphs from relaxation to disbelief as he catches the tail end of Vanessa's comment. "Are you serious?" he mutters, loud enough for several nearby passengers to hear. His fingers hover over his phone, uncertainty flashing across his face as he visibly calculates whether to document or look away. The mental math of privilege and responsibility playing out in real time across his features. The Wilson family across the aisle watches with the uncomfortable body language of people witnessing something wrong while uncertain how to respond. Mrs. Wilson, a blonde woman in her late 30s wearing a cream cashmere sweater, makes brief eye contact with Zoe Bennett, her expression a mixture of sympathy and embarrassment. Her 2 children, having just received their own individual gourmet meals moments earlier, stare openly at the 3 Bennett boys now being told to share. The delicate sounds of the Wilson children's silverware against fine china creates an audible contrast to the Bennett boys' empty space. The smell of warm pancakes and maple syrup from their plates drifts across the narrow aisle, adding sensory insult to the discriminatory injury. Mr. Wilson shifts uncomfortably in his seat, pretending to be absorbed in his Wall Street Journal while occasionally glancing up. His expensive watch catches the light with each nervous movement. "We should say something," his wife whispers, the sound carrying in the now silent cabin. He responds with a barely perceptible headshake, the universal gesture of someone who recognizes injustice but fears involvement. His cologne, something woodsy and expensive, intensifies as anxiety makes him perspire slightly. A 20-something passenger 3 rows back with chunky headphones around his neck whispers to his girlfriend, "Yo, this is straight up wild. That flight attendant just ended her whole career on Maine. Like, did she really think people wouldn't record this?" It's giving major 2010 energy, when people thought they could say whatever without consequences. His girlfriend nods, already typing on her phone. The way that mom is handling this is absolute queen behavior. Ice-cold dignity. We stand a composed professional who's about to end this whole airline's career. 2 flight attendants from economy class, visible through the galley curtain, exchange alarmed glances. One, him, a younger Hispanic woman, widens her eyes in warning at Vanessa, who either doesn't notice or doesn't care. The gentle clink of ice in a drink cart creates a jarringly normal sound against the tension-filled cabin. An older black couple in the last row of first class watch with the weary recognition of those who have seen this scene play out countless times across decades. The wife reaches for her husband's hand, their fingers interlacing with the practiced comfort of long partnership as they silently bear witness. The husband's jaw muscles tighten visibly beneath his silver beard. Sophia's TikTok live stream counter ticks upward on her screen, 357 viewers. 892. 1,243. The soft pings of notifications create a digital soundtrack to the unfolding drama. Comments begin flooding her screen, the blue text bubbles stacking so quickly they become a blur. OMG, did she really just say "you people"? Name the airline and the flight attendant. Sunstream Airways, is this your employee? Do better. This is why I always record when traveling while black. The way those kids are staying calm, though, within minutes, hashtag Sunstream, racism begins trending locally in New York. Viewers capture screenshots, creating secondary posts across Twitter and Instagram. The digital ripples spreading outward from the cabin, crossing state lines and time zones faster than the aircraft itself. Meanwhile, the retired white couple near the front of the cabin have completely different reactions. The woman, silver-haired with tasteful pearl earrings, frowns deeply, her hand moving to her chest in distress. Her husband, wearing a cardigan that suggests comfortable wealth, leans forward, making direct eye contact with the nearest flight attendant, pointedly gesturing toward the Bennett family. His silent message clear: this is unacceptable. The soft whir of the aircraft engines continues steadily beneath all of this human drama. The constant background to a discrimination incident that's being broadcast to thousands, and that number is growing by the second. All while Vanessa Reynolds remains utterly unaware that her 18 casual words have just set in motion her own professional destruction. The Bennett triplets, Isaiah, Elijah, and Noah Bennett, sit perfectly still in their first-class seats. Their identical faces, masks of practiced composure. At 10 years old, they've already developed the survival skill every black child in America learns too early: how to contain their emotions when facing unfair treatment. Isaiah, the artist of the three, discreetly pulls out his travel sketchbook, his eyes darting between the flight attendant and his mother. His quick hands move across the page, capturing Vanessa's twisted expression, the uncomfortable passengers, his mother's controlled anger. The scratch of his pencil against paper is barely audible, but the intensity in his eyes shows this isn't just drawing, it's documenting. He's been capturing their experiences through art since he was 7, creating a visual diary of moments like this, moments when the world reveals its ugly biases. The white eraser smudges on his fingertips contrast with his deep brown skin as he works. Elijah, born 3 minutes before his brothers and carrying himself with the subtle authority of an eldest child, sits up straighter. His eyes never leave his mother's face, reading her signals, ready to follow her lead. The slight furrow in his brow is the only indication of his internal feelings. He shifts slightly closer to Noah, a protective gesture so subtle only someone who knew them well would notice. The fabric of their matching navy sweaters brushes together, creating a whispered sound of connection. "It's okay. Mom's got this," he whispers, his breath warm against his brother's ear, the soft scent of the mint toothpaste they'd used that morning still lingering. Noah, the smallest of the triplets by just half an inch, reaches discreetly into his pocket, checking his continuous glucose monitor. The small device's screen glows blue in his palm, showing his blood sugar at 72 nmol, still safe but beginning to drop into the yellow caution zone. The cool plastic of the device contrasts with his warm fingers. He'd calculated his insulin dose exactly for the breakfast he was supposed to receive. His mother had called the airline 3 days ago to confirm meal accommodations for his type 1 diabetes. Now he glances at his brothers, then at the other children already eating, anxiety building behind his carefully neutral expression. His stomach growls softly, the sound seeming loud to his own ears, though likely inaudible to others over the plane's background hum. "Mom's got her superhero face on, Isaiah murmurs almost inaudibly to his brothers, his voice barely a vibration. Elijah nods subtly. "Yeah, it's the one she gets when someone at school says something stupid and she has to go talk to the principal." "The fighting without fighting face," Noah adds, his fingers tapping nervously against his continuous glucose monitor. The soft taps create a rhythm that helps calm him, something their therapist had suggested for anxiety management. The boys' matching navy blue sweaters are embroidered with their initials in gold thread. ZB, a subtle way of helping others tell her identical sons apart while honoring their individuality. The soft wool carries the faint scent of their home, a mixture of their mother's vanilla perfume and the lavender sachets she places in their dresser drawers. They sit with perfect posture, their sneakers expensive but not flashy, barely reaching the floor. Their matching backpacks tucked neatly beneath the seats in front of them. The leather of the first-class seats feels cool and smooth against their hands, a textural reminder of the space they rightfully occupy. Their reactions reveal years of preparation for moments like this. Isaiah's fingers tighten around his pencil but continue drawing, the graphite making a slightly louder scratch against paper. Elijah's jaw clenches slightly, but his voice remains steady as he assures his brothers. Noah's eyes dart to his medical device, his hand instinctively reaching for the emergency glucose tablets in his pocket, always prepared, always aware of his vulnerability. These aren't just 3 children being denied a meal. They are 3 young black boys experiencing in real time what their mother has carefully prepared them for. The moment when someone in authority would try to make them feel less worthy, less deserving, less human. Their composed responses aren't accidental. They're the result of countless conversations about dignity under pressure, about responding rather than reacting, about documenting injustice rather than being consumed by it. What Vanessa Reynolds fails to understand as she looks down at these 3 identical faces is that she isn't witnessing submission or acceptance. She's watching the precise, controlled response of children who've been raised by a mother who turned preparation into power. Children who already know exactly how this story ends because they've been taught that justice doesn't require anger, only evidence and patience. First confrontation, I'd like to speak with the lead flight attendant. Please, Zoe says, her voice carrying just enough authority to command attention without creating a scene. The words seem to vibrate in the suddenly still air of the cabin. Vanessa folds her arms across her chest, her navy blazer pulling slightly at the shoulders. Her lips curve into a smirk that doesn't reach her eyes. I am the lead on this flight. Then perhaps you can explain why my sons, who each have paid first-class tickets, are being asked to share a meal while other children on this flight receive individual service. Zoe gestures discreetly toward the Wilson children, who are already enjoying separate gourmet breakfasts. The scent of their Belgian waffles and maple syrup drifts across the aisle, making Noah's stomach growl audibly. Vanessa's eyes narrow, the crow's feet at their corners deepening with obvious disdain. Those children know how to behave in first class. We have limited specialty meals today, and I'm making executive decisions about distribution. The word executive hangs in the air between them, loaded with implication. The cabin feels suddenly warmer, the tension creating a palpable shift in temperature. Executive decisions based on what criteria exactly? Zoe's question hangs in the air, precise as a surgeon's blade. Several passengers shift uncomfortably in their seats, the leather making soft sounds of movement. Vanessa shifts her weight, her sensible shoes squeaking slightly against the carpet. Discomfort briefly flashes across her face before the practiced customer service mask returns. Based on available inventory and passenger needs. I see. Zoe reaches into her handbag, the soft leather making a gentle sound as she retrieves her phone. And would those passenger needs include medical accommodations that were confirmed with your airline 72 hours ago? Noah's continuous glucose monitor beeps softly, the gentle electronic tone drawing attention. Zoe continues without waiting for Vanessa's response, her voice remaining level but taking on a steel edge. My son has type 1 diabetes. His insulin was dosed for a complete meal. A meal your airline confirmed would be provided. A meal I can see other children receiving right now. For the first time, uncertainty crosses Vanessa's face. Medical issues change the equation, introducing potential liability. Her fingers fidget with her name badge, a nervous tell. You should have mentioned that earlier. We can't accommodate every special request without proper notification. I have the confirmation email, Zoe replies, turning her phone screen toward Vanessa. The bright blue light illuminates both their faces in the cabin's soft glow. Sent by your customer service department at 2:17 p.m. on Tuesday. All dietary and medical accommodations have been noted on your reservation and will be honored on flight 447. Sofia Rodriguez's live stream captures this exchange perfectly, her phone's microphone picking up every word despite the cabin's background noise. Her follower count now climbing past 3,000 active viewers. Comments flood in, creating a soft, constant ping of notifications. She had medical needs and they still denied food. This is beyond discrimination. It's endangering a child. Sunstream. Airways, you're about to get sued into oblivion. The way this mom is staying calm while I'm raging. Vanessa's expression hardens again, doubling down rather than backing down. Her perfume, something floral and slightly too strong, intensifies as her body temperature rises with stress. Well, we're still short on meals. I can bring some crackers for the one with diabetes. His name is Noah, Zoe corrects, her tone remaining even while her eyes flash with controlled anger. And crackers are insufficient for his medical needs. Each of my sons requires the full meal service included with their first-class tickets. Tickets that cost exactly the same as every other passengers in this cabin. The Wilson children watch wide-eyed, their forks frozen halfway to mouths, syrup dripping slowly back to plates with tiny plinking sounds. Their mother now leaning toward her husband, whispering urgently. The rustle of his newspaper folding creates a sudden sharp sound in the tense atmosphere. Mr. Wilson finally clears his throat, the sound surprisingly loud in the hushed cabin. Excuse me, but our children could share if that helps with the meal situation. Vanessa barely glances at him, her attention fixed on Zoe with growing hostility. That won't be necessary. Your children's meals have already been served. The emphasis on your carries unmistakable meaning. The issue isn't meal availability, Zoe states clearly, loud enough for the entire cabin to hear. As evidenced by the fact that everyone else has been served individually, the issue is discriminatory service. Vanessa's professionalism fractures completely, her face flushing red enough to be visible even under makeup. Look, you people always make everything about race. Maybe if your kids weren't bouncing around, my sons have not left their seats since boarding. Zoe interrupts, her voice still measured, but taking on a steely quality that makes several passengers sit up straighter. The soft whir of phone cameras recording becomes more noticeable as additional devices are raised. They have been reading quietly while other children in this cabin have been playing games and watching videos at full volume. Noah's monitor beeps again, the tone slightly more urgent. The display now shows 68 Mages DL entering the danger zone. A fine sheen of sweat appears on his forehead, catching the cabin light. Zoe's eyes flick to the reading, then back to Vanessa. My son's blood sugar is dropping. This is becoming a medical situation of your creation. A countdown appears subtly on Sophia's live stream, 47 minutes until landing. Child's glucose, 72 Marosh DL, and falling. The soft, electronic sounds of her followers' reactions create a digital chorus of outrage. Vanessa, realizing she's being recorded from multiple angles, attempts damage control. Her shoulders drop slightly as she forces her face into a more neutral expression. I'll check with the galley about additional meal options. And while you're checking, Zoe adds, her phone now openly recording, perhaps you could explain what you meant by you people and how most of you people eat anyway. I'd like to understand the policy behind those particular statements. The cabin has gone completely silent. The only sounds are the steady hum of engines and the soft electronic clicks of phones recording. Every passenger is now watching the confrontation, many recording discreetly on phones or tablets. Vanessa's face flushes darker red as she realizes the extent of her exposure, the color spreading down her neck into her collar. I'll be right back with your meals, she manages, turning sharply on her heel and retreating toward the galley. Her shoes make staccato sounds against the carpet as she hurries away. Zoe immediately turns to Noah, retrieving glucose tablets from her purse. The rattling of the plastic container seems loud in the quiet cabin. Here, sweetheart, this will help until the food arrives. Elijah watches the flight attendant retreat, his young face showing wisdom beyond his years. She's not coming back with food, is she, Mom? Zoe meets her son's eyes, honesty mixing with reassurance. Probably not right away, but don't worry, this situation will be resolved, just not in the way she expects. Isaiah continues sketching, his pencil capturing the moment with precocious precision. The soft scratch of graphite against paper provides a gentle soundtrack to the tense scene. Noah checks his monitor again, 67 images DL and still falling. The timer on Sophia's live stream continues its inexorable countdown, 44 minutes until landing. The digital numbers pulsing softly on screens throughout the country as viewers watch events unfold in real time. Parrot Wheat 2 background and buildup. The Brooklyn brownstone glowed with pre-dawn light as Zoe Bennett moved through her morning routine with military precision. She'd been up since 4 o'clock a.m., preparing for a trip that represented so much more than a simple vacation. In the kitchen, copper pots hung above the vintage stove, catching golden reflections as she prepared breakfast for 3 identical boys who were still sleeping upstairs. The rich aroma of vanilla and cinnamon filled the air as she flipped whole grain pancakes, the sizzle of butter in the pan providing a comforting background rhythm. 3 plates, 3 glasses of orange juice, 3 of everything. It had been this way for 10 years, since the day she held them for the first time, and realized that loving them would be both the easiest and most challenging thing she'd ever do. Dr. Zoe Bennett wasn't just any single mother. She was a woman who had spent 6 years and nearly $200,000 fighting for these children. Fertility treatments that failed month after month, leaving purple bruises on her stomach from daily injections, miscarriages that broke her heart, 3 precious possibilities lost before they could become reality, doctors who suggested she consider other options with barely concealed implications about single Black women raising children. Perhaps adoption would be more suitable for your situation, one fertility specialist had suggested, his eyes never quite meeting hers despite her double doctorates and foundation leadership. But Zoe never gave up, because she'd learned early in life that anything worth having was worth fighting for. Her grandmother used to say, "Baby, they're going to try to convince you that you don't deserve the best things in life. Don't you ever believe them." The words would be whispered as she braided Zoe's hair each morning, the gentle tug of her fingers, a physical reminder of love's demands and rewards. The final IVF attempt worked. Triplets, 3 perfect boys who arrived 8 weeks early, each weighing less than 4 pounds, their tiny bodies connected to a constellation of medical equipment. They spent their first 2 months in the NICU, their incubators lined up in a row like spaceships preparing for launch. Zoe practically lived at the hospital, the vinyl chair beside their incubators molding to her form as she pumped breast milk every 3 hours and read them stories through the plexiglass walls, her voice competing with the steady beep of monitors. She chose single motherhood deliberately, not because she couldn't find a partner, but because she refused to settle for less than the kind of love she wanted to model for her sons. The kind of love that doesn't require compromise on fundamental values. The kind of love that says you're worthy exactly as you are, regardless of what society whispers about your family structure. Now, 10 years later, she'd built an empire that would make her grandmother proud. The Bennett Medical Research Foundation managed over $2.8 billion in assets, focusing on medical research, educational initiatives, and social justice programs. The foundation's modern offices in downtown Manhattan featured her grandmother's framed domestic worker uniform in the lobby, a daily reminder of whose shoulders they stood upon. Her investment portfolio spanned multiple industries with significant holdings in companies that claimed to value diversity and inclusion. Her path hadn't been easy. The hardwood floors of the kitchen had witnessed countless late nights of work as she balanced motherhood with leadership. After earning dual doctorates in public health and business from Yale, she'd worked at the Centers for Disease Control before transitioning to the private sector. Her groundbreaking research on healthcare disparities had earned her recognition from medical journals and investment firms alike, establishing her as a unique voice bridging public health and corporate accountability. When her mother died unexpectedly from a treatable condition that had been repeatedly dismissed by doctors, Zoe used the modest inheritance to establish the foundation that would become her life's work. Starting with just $250,000 and a vision of healthcare equity, she built a reputation for strategic investments that delivered both social impact and financial returns. The morning sunlight now filled the kitchen entirely, illuminating the refrigerator door covered with the boys' artwork, school awards, and a calendar meticulously tracking Noah's glucose readings. What most people didn't know was that a substantial portion of her airline investments, particularly her 22% stake in Sunstream Airways, came with strings attached. The Bennett Foundation didn't just invest money, it invested in promises of change. Every dollar came with contractual commitments to diversity initiatives, anti-discrimination training, and equitable service standards. The irony would become devastating in just a few hours. As she prepared breakfast all that morning, whole grain pancakes with fresh fruit, designed to help Noah maintain stable blood sugar, Zoe thought about legacy. Her grandmother had cleaned houses for white families while saving every penny to ensure Zoe's mother could attend college. Her mother had worked 2 jobs while earning her teaching degree, ensuring Zoe could aim even higher. Now Zoe was raising 3 boys who would never have to question their worth or their place in the world. The copper kettle whistled sharply, calling her back to the present moment. She poured hot water over premium tea leaves, the earthy scent mingling with breakfast aromas. Every morning, she recited the same affirmation with them. You are worthy, you are brilliant, you are loved. And every evening, she added, And no one can take those truths from you, no matter what happens during the day. Today's trip to Boston, their first real family vacation, wasn't just about visiting her closest friends, Dr. James and Dr. Olivia Foster. It was about showing her sons that they belonged everywhere. That first class wasn't just a seating category, but a state of mind. That dignity wasn't determined by how others treated you, but by how you carried yourself through that treatment. What Zoe couldn't know as she packed lunches carefully calculated for Noah's carbohydrate needs and checked their travel documents one final time was that today would become the ultimate test of everything she'd taught them, and that her entire life's journey had prepared her perfectly for the moment when a flight attendant's casual racism would collide with a mother's fierce protection, a foundation's contractual power, and three young boys' unshakable sense of their own worth. The Bennett family journey. The triplets had arrived in the world fighting for every breath, born at 32 weeks, each weighing less than 4 pounds. They spent 58 days in Yale New Haven Hospital's NICU. Their incubators hummed constantly, creating a mechanical lullaby that Zoe could still recall years later. The antiseptic smell of the hospital became so familiar she carried it home in her clothes and hair each night. Zoe slept in a chair between their incubators, the vinyl upholstery leaving imprints on her skin. Returning to her apartment only to shower and change clothes before rushing back to the hospital. The fluorescent lights made time feel suspended, days and nights blurring together in the artificial environment where her sons fought to grow. "Your boys are 5'2", the NICU nurse told her on their 10th day of life, adjusting Noah's feeding tube with practiced gentleness. "They've got your spirit." The nurse's hands, cool and confident, provided reassurance that Zoe clung to during the most terrifying moments. Isaiah was extubated first, then Elijah, with Noah requiring oxygen support for an additional week. His tiny chest had heaved with the effort of breathing, each successful breath a miracle. Zoe learned to tell them apart by the smallest differences. Isaiah's slightly longer eyelashes, Elijah's more pronounced chin, Noah's extra birthmark on his right shoulder. She insisted the hospital staff learn their names rather than referring to them as baby A, B, and C. "They came into this world as individuals," she told the medical team, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. "And they'll be treated as individuals from day one." When they finally came home, Zoe had transformed her Brooklyn brownstone's second bedroom into a nursery with 3 cribs arranged so each baby could see his brothers. The soft cotton sheets carried the scent of lavender fabric softener, a deliberate departure from hospital smells. She'd painted a mural across one wall, a landscape with mountains and rivers that would grow with them, a horizon line suggesting possibility rather than limitation. The ceiling featured glow-in-the-dark constellations, precisely aligned to match the night sky above Brooklyn. The early years were a blur of sleepless nights and joyful discoveries. The hardwood floors bore scuff marks from their first walker, then tricycle races, then impromptu dance competitions. Zoe took a 1-year sabbatical from her foundation, working remotely with her team while focusing primarily on the boys. Her godparents, the Fosters, flew in from Boston every month, bringing medical expertise. Olivia was a renowned endocrinologist and unconditional support. Their weekend visits filled the brownstone with laughter, heated medical debates, and the comfort of chosen family. When Noah was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at age 7, the family faced their greatest challenge since the NICU. The kitchen island became command central for his treatment, with color-coded charts tracking insulin doses and blood sugar readings. The refrigerator door transformed into a gallery of medical information mixed with childhood artwork. Zoe approached the diagnosis with the same methodical determination she brought to everything, learning to calculate insulin doses, reorganizing meal schedules, and teaching all 3 boys about managing the condition. The sound of Noah's insulin pen became as familiar as the doorbell, a daily rhythm of their shared life. If Noah needed to check his blood sugar, his brothers learned how to help. If Noah needed an injection, they held his hand. The Bennett triplets faced everything as a unit. The bond forged in their shared incubator now manifest in daily acts of support. This morning, as they prepared for their first real vacation, that unity was on full display. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, dust motes dancing in golden beams as the boys packed together in a ritual that had become sacred over the years. 3 matching navy sweaters that Zoe had bought specially for the trip, each embroidered with her initials in gold thread, 3 small suitcases that the boys packed themselves, arguing good-naturedly over who would bring which books and toys, their voices echoing off the high ceilings. "Mom, do I need to pack extra test strips?" Noah asked, his diabetes supply kit open on his bed, the plastic containers neatly organized by size. "I've got backups in my carry-on," Zoe assured him, the familiar weight of her medical emergency bag a constant companion. "But yes, bring your full kit." The zipper made a satisfying sound as he closed the case. "And I've got glucose tablets in my backpack," Elijah added, patting his bag with the seriousness of a young medic. Each brother carried emergency supplies, a family system that ensured Noah was never alone in managing his condition. Isaiah finished packing first, turning to help his brothers. The soft thump of clothing being neatly folded provided a gentle backdrop to their conversation. "Mom, can I bring my new sketchbook?" "Of course, Ish Amoyam," Zoe smiled, the morning light catching the highlights in her hair. "Document everything. This is our first real family adventure." The trip had been earned through months of dedication. The boys had maintained excellent grades, completed additional community service hours at the local food bank, and saved their allowance to contribute to the family vacation fund, though Zoe could easily afford the trip. She believed in teaching financial participation. The refrigerator held a chart tracking their progress, each milestone celebrated with a special dinner. "First class, Mommy," Isaiah had asked during breakfast, syrup dripping from his fork as he tried to contain his excitement, the sticky golden liquid catching the light. "First class," Zoe confirmed, watching their faces light up with wonder. "For my first loves." As they prepared to leave, Zoe gathered the boys for their travel tradition, inherited from her grandmother. She braided a small section of each boy's hair, a protective ritual that connected them to generations past. The familiar scent of coconut oil filled the bathroom as her fingers worked with practiced precision. "Your great-grandmother used to say that when you travel, you never go alone," she told them, the bathroom's acoustics giving her words a gentle resonance. "You carry the spirits of your ancestors with you." After finishing the braids, she tucked small, laminated photos of family elders into each child's luggage, her mother, her grandmother, and their great-uncle who had marched with Dr. King. The photos were worn at the edges from being handled, tangible connections to those who had made their lives possible. The Bennett triplets would carry these guardians with them, visible reminders of the shoulders they stood upon. As they loaded into the car service that would take them to the airport, the smooth leather seats still cool in the morning air, Zoe watched her sons, 3 perfect reflections of possibility. Everything she'd built, every investment, every business decision, every late night working while they slept, it was all for them, to ensure they grew up knowing they could be anything, go anywhere, achieve everything they were willing to work for. But she also knew that the world would test them in ways it didn't test other children. They'd have to be twice as good to get half the recognition. They'd have to maintain their composure in situations that would excuse explosive anger from others. They'd have to prove their worth repeatedly to people who should never have questioned it in the first place. What Zoe couldn't know as they pulled away from their brownstone, waving goodbye to neighbors, was that the first of these tests would come sooner than expected, at 37,000 feet, in a space where they should have been most protected, most valued, most equal. The car turned the corner, sunlight glinting off its polished surface as it carried them toward an encounter that would reshape not just their vacation, but an entire industry's approach to human dignity. The investment connection. What Vanessa Reynolds couldn't see as she dismissed the Bennett triplets was the elegant gold monogram on Zoe's leather portfolio tucked beside her seat. ZBF for Zoe Bennett Foundation. The embossed letters caught the light each time Zoe shifted in her seat, a subtle indicator of power completely missed by the flight attendant. She couldn't know that the woman she'd just insulted held enough financial power to determine the airline's future with a single phone call. The soft leather of that portfolio contained more than just travel documents. It represented billions in investment leverage and years of strategic financial positioning. The Bennett Medical Research Foundation had acquired its 22% stake in Sunstream Airways 3 years earlier, when the airline was struggling to recover from pandemic-era losses. Their $180 million investment had been the cornerstone of Sunstream's financial restructuring, providing essential capital when traditional investors had backed away. The injection of funds allowed the airline to upgrade its fleet, renovate terminals, and launch the very first-class service that the Bennett family was now experiencing. But that investment came with specific conditions, outlined in meticulous legal language across 47 pages of binding agreements. Section 7.3. 2 of the partnership agreement, which would later become evidence in federal hearings, specified in precise terminology, material breaches of anti-discrimination policies constitute automatic trigger events, allowing immediate divestiture with penalty provisions. When activated, these provisions would cost Sunstream an additional $47 million in contractual penalties beyond market losses, a financial guillotine suspended by increasingly frayed threads. The Bennett Foundation didn't just write checks, it rewrote company policies. As part of the investment, Sunstream had committed to comprehensive bias training for all 22,000 employees, implementation of equity metrics in customer satisfaction surveys, and quarterly diversity audits conducted by independent reviewers. The paperwork detailing these requirements filled 3 binders in the legal department, the pages now gathering dust while the commitments they represented remained largely unfulfilled. During the signing ceremony, captured on video that would resurface within hours, CEO Richard Garcia had shaken Zoe's hand with practiced corporate enthusiasm. The ceremony had taken place in Sunstream's gleaming headquarters, floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing views of Manhattan as champagne flowed freely among executives celebrating their financial salvation. This partnership marks a new era of inclusive travel, Garcia had promised, his voice echoing slightly in the marble-floored atrium. Sunstream Airways is committed to ensuring every passenger receives equal respect and service, regardless of background. Zoe had been cautiously optimistic but insisted on accountability measures. Commitments require verification, she'd replied, her voice carrying the same calm authority she would later display at 37,000 feet. That's why our investment includes independent oversight. Now, 36 months and countless training sessions later, a single flight attendant was demonstrating how completely those commitments had failed to change the company's culture. The disconnect between corporate promises and passenger experience couldn't have been made more clear or more public. What none of the passengers could see was that Vanessa Reynolds had already triggered an alert system. The moment Sofia Rodriguez's live stream began trending with #SunstreamRacism, automated monitoring software flagged the content for Sunstream's crisis management team. The algorithm highlighted key phrases and sent priority alerts to specific executives based on potential reputational damage metrics. Vice President of Customer Experience, Patricia Morgan was the first executive to receive the notification on her sleek company phone. The device vibrated against the glass surface of her desk as she reviewed quarterly performance reports. She immediately texted CEO Richard Garcia, potential PR situation on Flight 447, discrimination allegation in first class, video spreading, Garcia attending a breakfast meeting with potential investors at an exclusive Manhattan restaurant, responded without bothering to view the footage, the soft tap of his manicured fingertips on the screen barely interrupting his sales pitch. Handle it with the usual statement, offer miles and an apology if needed. This dismissive text, treating racial discrimination as a routine customer service issue rather than a fundamental breach of human dignity, would later be entered as evidence of systematic negligence in addressing bias incidents. The digital timestamp showing he responded in 12 seconds without requesting additional information would become particularly damning during subsequent investigations. Meanwhile, the Bennett Foundation's own monitoring systems had also detected the trending hashtag. Investment Director Marcus Johnson was reviewing the live stream with mounting alarm in his downtown office. The floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the very Sunstream headquarters where the partnership had been signed 3 years earlier. The soft hum of his advanced computer system provided background to his increasingly concerned analysis. His text to Zoe went unanswered as her phone remained in airplane mode, the message waiting in digital limbo. Dr. Bennett, urgent situation detected, Sunstream discrimination incident trending. Please contact when able. Foundation Protocol 7.32 gets on standby. As Vanessa retreated to the galley, Sunstream's stock had already begun to fluctuate. The initial dip was minor, just 0.2%, as early investors spotted the trending hashtag and made protective moves. Trading algorithms registered the unusual social media activity and automatically adjusted positions, creating the first ripple in what would soon become a financial earthquake. The soft electronic sounds of trading floors across the country began registering anomalous patterns in Sunstream's ticker. In the airline's headquarters, the crisis team was finally reviewing Sophia's footage on a large wall-mounted screen. The room fell silent as they heard Vanessa's words, "That's how most of you people eat anyway." The only sound was the gentle whir of the HVAC system pushing cool air into the suddenly uncomfortable space. "Tell me that's not one of ours," whispered the head of public relations, a knot forming in her stomach as she mentally calculated the damage control required. Her manicured nails tapped nervously against the polished conference table. "It gets worse," replied the social media manager, pushing his glasses up nervously. "The kids apparently have medical needs that we're ignoring." "Who are these passengers?" demanded the legal counsel, the leather of her chair squeaking as she leaned forward intently. "We need names, reservation details, everything." As they scrambled to identify the Bennett family, the live stream view count passed 15,000. Celebrity accounts had begun sharing the footage, their massive follower bases amplifying the incident exponentially. A popular civil rights attorney posted, "Watching in real time as Sunstream Airways demonstrates why we still need civil rights protections in 25. This is textbook discrimination with medical endangerment." The post immediately garnered thousands of retweets, each representing potential customers reconsidering their loyalty to an airline now being exposed for discriminatory practices. The soft ping of notifications accelerated across devices throughout the country as the incident gained momentum. What no one at Sunstream headquarters yet realized was that their largest individual investor was sitting in that first-class cabin, watching their contractual commitments crumble with every passing minute. The very person who had required anti-discrimination provisions in their investment agreement was witnessing firsthand how completely those provisions had been ignored. As Noah's glucose levels continued to drop and Sophia's live stream continued to spread, the connection between investment and injustice was about to become devastatingly clear. Sunstream Airways had taken $180 million while promising change, then delivered discrimination instead, a betrayal that would prove far more expensive than they could possibly imagine. Digital escalation. Sofia Rodriguez's live stream had reached 467,000 views before the plane began its initial descent into Boston. The soft electronic pings of notifications had become a steady stream, her phone vibrating constantly against the leather armrest. Her followers doubled in real time as the video spread beyond her original audience, catching fire across multiple platforms. The cabin's gentle hum provided background for her quiet narration. "I'm documenting what appears to be blatant discrimination on Sunstream Airways Flight 447, she explained, her journalism training evident in her precise documentation. 3 Black children with paid first-class tickets were told to share one meal, while white children received individual service. When their mother questioned him this, the flight attendant made explicitly racist comments. Her phone screen filled with comments, scrolling too quickly to read individually, the blue text bubbles creating a visual waterfall of outrage. The device grew warm in her hands from continuous streaming and processing notifications. Travel justice. Happening now. Sunstream Airways flight attendant tells Black kids that's how most of you people eat when denying them meals in first class. Civil Rights Watch. This is why we need cameras everywhere. Imagine what happens when no one is recording. #Sunstream Racism. Black Travel Alliance. Our members report similar treatment on Sunstream. This isn't isolated, it's systemic. The video jumped platforms within minutes, moving with the viral velocity that social media companies specifically engineered their algorithms to promote. A Twitter user with 1.2 million followers shared it with the caption, "Watch how they treat Black children in first class." The post quickly accumulated 47,000 retweets, each creating a branching tree of additional visibility. Instagram accounts reposted clips, focusing on Vanessa's "You People" comment and the comparison with the Wilson children receiving individual meals. The Instagram algorithm particularly promoted the content to users who engaged with social justice content, creating accelerating visibility within specific communities. The distinct notification sounds from different platforms created an overlapping digital symphony throughout the cabin as passengers on their devices encountered the trending content. Comments flooded in from around the world, their devices pinging and vibrating with increasing frequency. "Name and shame this airline now. I'm canceling my Sunstream Miles card as we speak. That flight attendant needs to be fired immediately. Wait till they find out who that mother is. The last comment, from an account claiming to be a former Bennett Foundation employee, hinted at revelations to come. The cryptic nature of the comment created additional intrigue, prompting questions and speculation in reply threads. Most viewers assumed it was speculation, but industry insiders recognized the potential significance. The soft gasps of recognition audible in corporate offices as connections were made. As the digital storm intensified, mainstream media began to take notice. The distinctive alert tones of breaking news notifications began appearing on passengers' phones. A Boston local news producer flagged the trending video for potential coverage of the arriving flight, dispatching a crew to Logan International. CNN's transportation correspondent received multiple tips about the unfolding situation. The network's distinctive notification sound appearing on devices throughout the country. The Associated Press issued an alert alleged discrimination incident on Sunstream Airways trending online. Company stock showing unusual movement. Financial sites noticed the pattern too. Bloomberg terminals displayed unusual trading patterns, the distinctive blue screens showing volatility alerts. Sunstream shares began to fluctuate more significantly, dropping 3.7% as trading volume increased. The electronic sounds of trading floors registered the anomalous activity. Investment chat rooms buzzed with speculation. Something big happening with Sunair, down nearly 4% on heavy volume. Social media incident on Flight 447. Potential lawsuit. Anyone have info on major shareholders? Something feels off about this sell-off. Inside the aircraft, the digital escalation remained largely invisible to passengers without in-flight Wi-Fi. But Zoe Bennett's phone, still in airplane mode, had accumulated 47 notifications. The slim device remained silent in her bag while the crisis expanded exponentially in the digital realm. She remained focused on Noah's immediate needs, unaware of how completely the world beyond the aircraft was mobilizing in response to what they were witnessing. Noah's glucose monitor now showed 65 mg DL, dangerously close to hypoglycemic territory. The device's screen cast a blue glow on his worried face. Zoe calmly administered glucose tablets from her purse, the rattling of the plastic container drawing glances from nearby passengers. She calculated how long they would sustain him without a proper meal, her medical knowledge allowing precise estimation of blood sugar trajectories. A second flight attendant, Thomas Prescott, approached cautiously. His footsteps on the carpet were hesitant, his body language communicating awareness of the tension. "Ma'am, I understand there's been some confusion about meal service. I'd like to help resolve the situation." Zoe looked up, her expression revealing nothing. "My son has type 1 diabetes. His blood sugar is dropping to dangerous levels because he was denied the meal that was confirmed for him. This isn't confusion, Mr. Prescott. It's discrimination with medical consequences." Thomas glanced at Noah's monitor, the blue glow reflecting in his concerned eyes, then at the other two boys sitting perfectly still, their composure remarkable given the circumstances. "I'll bring appropriate food immediately," he promised, hurrying toward the galley, his footsteps quickening with urgency. Outside the aircraft, the digital storm continued to intensify. Sophia's live stream counter showed 822,000 viewers and climbing, the number increasing by thousands every minute. Sunstream's stock had triggered its first volatility circuit breaker, temporarily halting trading after dropping 8% in 15 minutes. The electronic bell sound indicating a trading halt echoed through financial institutions. The countdown continued relentlessly 32 minutes until landing. Noah's glucose at 63 mg, Sunstream's market value evaporating by millions with each passing minute, and Zoe Bennett's phone accumulating evidence that would soon transform one flight attendant's casual racism into a corporate catastrophe of unprecedented proportions. What had begun as a simple meal denial was evolving into a perfect storm of medical urgency, digital documentation, financial consequences, and contractual violations, all converging on Boston Logan International Airport, where media crews were already positioning themselves for the arrival of Flight 447, Medical Crisis Building. Noah's continuous glucose monitor beeped again, a more urgent tone indicating his blood sugar had dropped below 65. The electronic sound seemed to cut through the cabin's background noise, drawing concerned glances from nearby passengers. A soft warning light on the device pulsed amber in the dim cabin, creating a visual alert to match the auditory one. Zoe maintained her outward calm while her mind calculated variables with clinical precision. How many glucose tablets he'd already consumed? How long until they would raise his levels? How much time remained before they landed? Her medical training and maternal instinct merged seamlessly as she monitored both his physical condition and the emotional state of all three boys. "How are you feeling, sweetheart?" she asked quietly, her hand on Noah's shoulder, feeling the slight tremor that had begun to develop. "A little dizzy," he admitted, his voice barely audible, a slight slur becoming noticeable in his words. "And my hands are shaky." He held them out, the fine tremor visible even in the cabin's soft lighting. Classic hypoglycemia symptoms, Zoe noted mentally, her clinical assessment running parallel to her maternal concern. The cool plastic bottle made a rattling sound as she removed 2 more glucose tablets from her purse. "Chew these slowly and they'll help until we can get real food." The tablets made a soft crunching sound as Noah followed her instructions, the chalky sweetness providing immediate comfort even before the glucose could enter his bloodstream. The distinctive medicinal smell mixed with artificial fruit flavoring drifted between them. From across the aisle, Dr. Rebecca Taylor watched the interaction with growing concern. The pediatrician, traveling to a medical conference in Boston, recognized the signs of blood sugar issues immediately. Her stethoscope, visible in her partially open carry-on, marked her as a medical professional. After a moment's hesitation, she unfastened her seatbelt with a soft click and approached. "Excuse me," she said softly, her voice carrying the measured calm of someone used to medical emergencies. "I'm a pediatrician. I couldn't help noticing your son might be experiencing hypoglycemia. Can I be of assistance?" Zoe assessed the woman quickly. Mid-50s, professional attire, genuine concern in her eyes, her wedding band catching the light as she gestured toward Noah. "He has type 1 diabetes. His meal was denied despite prior confirmation, and his insulin was dosed for a complete breakfast." Dr. Taylor's expression hardened, professional concern mixing with personal indignation. "That's not just poor service, that's potentially dangerous." "What's his current reading of 63 and falling?" Zoe replied, the monitor's screen confirming the number with its ominous blue glow. "I've given him glucose tablets, but he needs complex carbohydrates and protein to stabilize long-term." "Mom, I'm okay," Noah insisted, though his pallor suggested otherwise, the usual warm brown of his complexion taking on an ashen quality. Beads of sweat had formed along his hairline despite the cool air flowing from the overhead vents. Isaiah watched his brother with obvious worry, his artist's eye cataloging the subtle changes in Noah's appearance. "Your hands are shaking really bad," he whispered, reaching across to squeeze Noah's arm supportively. The soft fabric of their matching sweaters brushed together with the movement. Elijah had already opened his own snack pack, the plastic wrapper making a crinkling sound as he extracted a granola bar. "Take mine. I'm not hungry anyway." The lie was transparent but touching. His own stomach had been growling audibly for the past 20 minutes. The Wilson children across the aisle, having witnessed the entire situation, whispered to their mother, the soft susurration of their concerned voices carried in the quiet cabin. Mrs. Wilson nodded, then approached with their untouched desserts, the porcelain plates making a gentle clinking sound as she balanced them carefully. "Please, take these. They're still wrapped," she offered, the individual chocolate mousse cups sealed with plastic film gleaming under the cabin lights. Her expression showed genuine concern mixed with embarrassment at the situation. Zoe thanked her with quiet dignity. "That's very kind. It would help stabilize him until we land." The porcelain made a soft sound as she set the dessert on Noah's tray table. Dr. Taylor addressed Zoe directly, her voice low but carrying professional authority. "This situation needs to be documented medically. I'd be willing to provide a statement regarding the potential consequences of denying necessary food to a diabetic child." Her business card appeared from her jacket pocket, the textured cardstock passing between them. "I appreciate that," Zoe replied, helping Noah unwrap the dessert. The soft tearing sound of the plastic film punctuated their conversation. "We're documenting everything." Her phone continued recording, its camera lens capturing each development. Meanwhile, in the galley, Thomas Prescott confronted Vanessa Reynolds. The confined space amplified their hushed argument, the metallic surfaces creating a slight echo. "What were you thinking? Those children each have tickets, and one has diabetes." Thomas's voice was tight with controlled anger, his uniform cuffs making a soft sound as he gestured emphatically. "Oh, please," Vanessa scoffed, arranging napkins with unnecessary force, the linen making sharp snapping sounds. "They always claim special conditions when they don't get their way." "I just checked the manifest," Thomas hissed, brandishing his tablet with its illuminated screen showing passenger information. "There's a medical note specifically flagging seat 7B for diabetes accommodation. You ignored a documented medical need." For the first time, genuine alarm crossed Vanessa's face. The stainless steel counter felt cool against her palm as she steadied herself, suddenly aware of potential consequences beyond customer complaints. Medical negligence carried serious ramifications, even with Sunstream's union protections. I didn't see that note. It's highlighted in yellow," Thomas retorted, his finger tapping the screen emphatically, the sound sharp in the confined space. "I'm bringing them food immediately, and you should know this incident is all over social media. The hashtag is already trending." In the cockpit, separated from the drama by a reinforced door, Captain Alexander Matthews received an urgent message from Sunstream Operations. The communication system made a distinctive chime as text appeared on his screen. "Potential medical situation in first class. Passenger in 7B reporting hypoglycemia due to meal service issue. Please expedite landing if possible. Company representatives will meet aircraft at arrival gate." The deliberately vague wording, meal service issue rather than meal denial, was corporate damage control already in motion, attempting to reframe discrimination as a logistical problem. The soft hum of the aircraft's avionics provided background to the captain's concerned review of the message. Dr. Taylor checked Noah's glucose monitor again, the device's blue glow illuminating both their faces. 61 mg DL. The sugar from the dessert should start helping soon, but he needs protein and complex carbohydrates. Her stethoscope appeared, the cool metal contrasting with the cabin's warmth as she offered it to Noah. "Would you like to listen to your heart? Sometimes it helps to focus on something else when you're not feeling well." Noah nodded, a small smile breaking through his worried expression. The earpieces fit snugly as Dr. Taylor positioned the chest piece, the amplified thump-thump of his heartbeat, providing reassurance that his body was working as it should, despite the current challenge. Zoe nodded, maintaining her composed exterior while internally calculating worst-case scenarios. Severe hypoglycemia could lead to unconsciousness or seizures. The fact that a medical professional was now involved transformed the incident from a customer service failure to potential negligence with liability implications. Thomas returned with a tray of food, a complete breakfast identical to what the Wilson children had received. The china clinked softly as he placed it carefully in front of Noah. "I am so sorry for this situation," he said, genuine remorse evident in his voice. "Please let me know if you need anything else at all." Noah's hands trembled as he reached for the orange juice, the liquid sloshing slightly against the crystal glass as he brought it to his lips. He drank it quickly to get fast-acting sugar into his system, the cool sweetness providing immediate comfort. Zoe helped him select appropriate foods, calculating carbohydrates automatically after years of practice, quietly murmuring guidance. "Try the pancakes first, then some protein from the eggs." His insulin was dosed for a full meal 90 minutes ago, Zoe explained to Dr. Von Taylor, her voice clinically precise despite the emotional undercurrents. "We're now significantly behind that schedule. I'll help monitor him until we land," Dr. Taylor offered, her professional commitment evident. "And I'd like to provide my contact information for any follow-up. This should never have happened." The countdown continued 22 minutes until landing. Noah's glucose 62 mg DL, but should begin rising soon. Sophia's TikTok, 2 million views and climbing. Sunstream stock second trading halt triggered as shares plummeted past 12%. The electronic sounds of trading algorithms responding to the crisis, creating a digital soundtrack to the unfolding disaster. What had begun as discrimination had escalated to medical endangerment, all captured on multiple devices, all documented with timestamps and witness statements, all building toward a moment of accountability that would reshape an entire industry's approach to both service and safety. Parrot Wheat 3, The Revelation. Thomas Prescott's expression shifted from concerned to alarmed as he processed the full situation developing in first class. His polished shoes made soft sounds against the carpet as he moved with increasing urgency. After ensuring Noah had received food, he retreated briefly to the galley, the metallic door making a soft click as it swung behind him. He returned moments later with senior flight attendant supervisor Lindsay Martinez, technically Vanessa's superior. Though she had been working in the economy cabin for most of the flight, the subtle differences in their uniform insignia marked the hierarchy, Lindsay's gold wings contrasting with the silver ones worn by regular flight attendants. "Ma'am, Mr." Lindsay began, addressing Zoe with practiced professionalism, her corporate smile firmly in place, though concern flickered in her eyes. "I understand there's been an issue with meal service for your family." "That's a significant understatement," Zoe replied evenly, her voice calm but carrying unmistakable authority. The leather armrest felt cool under her fingertips as she maintained perfect posture. "One of your flight attendants told my children to share a single meal because, and I quote, 'that's how most of you people eat anyway.' When I pointed out that my son has type 1 diabetes, she dismissed his medical needs and walked away." Lindsay's professional mask slipped momentarily, genuine shock crossing her features before she recalibrated. I'm deeply sorry to hear that. That absolutely does not reflect our company's values or policies." The standard corporate language sounded particularly hollow in the face of such specific discrimination. From the neighboring row, Sophia continued her live stream documentation. Her manicured nails tapped against her phone case as she narrated quietly, "The supervisor has finally arrived. Let's see if Sunstream takes this seriously or tries to sweep it under the rug." The soft electronic ping of viewer reactions provided continuous background to the confrontation. Vanessa emerged from the galley, positioning herself behind Lindsay with a defensive posture. The soft squeak of her shoes announced her reluctant return. "These passengers were demanding special treatment," she insisted, her voice carrying a brittle edge. "There was a miscommunication about available meals." "A miscommunication?" Zoe's voice remained measured, but took on a razor-sharp quality that made several passengers sit up straighter. The leather seat creaked slightly as she shifted position. "My children paid for 3 meals and were told to share one because of how they look. There is documented proof of this discriminatory treatment, including your exact words." Lindsay glanced nervously between Zoe and Vanessa, the tension making her gold earrings tremble slightly as she shifted her weight. "Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding." "There's no misunderstanding possible," interrupted Dr. Taylor, who had remained beside Noah. Her stethoscope hung around her neck, a symbol of medical authority that added weight to her intervention. "I witnessed this flight attendant refuse medically necessary food to a diabetic child whose needs were documented in your system." Multiple passengers raised their phones, the small red recording lights creating a constellation of documentation points throughout the cabin. "We have it all on video," confirmed Marcus Davidson, the business traveler who had initially hesitated to get involved. The light on his iPhone 17 Pro pulsed steadily. "Every word," Vanessa attempted to backpedal, her uniform rustling softly as she shifted uncomfortably. "I never said anything about you people. That's not something I would—" "Actually, you did," Mr. Wilson interjected, surprising his family with his sudden involvement. His Wall Street Journal lay forgotten on his lap as he leaned forward. "My wife and I both heard it clearly. Our children received individual meals while these children were told to share." Thomas Prescott stepped forward, his decision visibly forming as he spoke. The overhead lighting caught the polished surface of his name badge as he positioned himself slightly apart from Vanessa. "Lindsay, I need to confirm that the passenger manifest clearly indicated a medical accommodation for seat 7B. That accommodation was acknowledged and then ignored." Vanessa's face flushed dark red, the color spreading down her neck into her collar. "You're throwing me under the bus. We work together every week." The betrayal in her voice was palpable, creating ripples of reaction among observing passengers. "This isn't about loyalty to colleagues," Thomas replied quietly, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with Vanessa's growing agitation. "It's about doing what's right." Lindsay realized the severity of this situation as phones continued recording from multiple angles. The soft electronic sounds of documentation surrounded her, creating undeniable evidence of the unfolding crisis. "Ma'am," she addressed Zoe directly, professional damage control now her primary focus. "I deeply apologize for this inexcusable treatment. I'll personally ensure your sons receive everything they need for the remainder of this flight. and I assure you this incident will be addressed at the highest levels. It's too late for service recovery, Zoe stated calmly, the soft beep of Noah's glucose monitor punctuating her statement. My son's medical needs were dismissed, putting him at risk. This isn't about meals anymore. It's about safety and discrimination. The cabin fell silent, the only sounds the steady hum of engines and the soft electronic beeps of recording devices. Even the usual ambient noises of a first-class cabin, ice clinking in glasses, the rustle of magazines, quiet conversations, had ceased completely as everyone focused on the unfolding confrontation. Lindsay processed this response, corporate training having prepared her for dissatisfied customers who could be placated with upgrades or bonus miles, not for calm, articulate passengers with medical documentation and multiple witnesses. I understand, Lindsay finally said, her voice carrying the resignation of someone recognizing a situation beyond standard recovery protocols. May I ask your name for our incident report? Dr. Zoe Bennett, she replied, her tone neutral but carrying unmistakable authority. Something flashed across Lindsay's face. Recognition alarm. She glanced quickly at Thomas, whose eyes had widened slightly. The soft intake of breath from both crew members was audible in the quiet cabin. Dr. Bennett, Lindsay repeated, her voice now carrying a different quality entirely. I'll inform the captain of the situation immediately. Her heels clicked with increased urgency as she hurried toward the cockpit, the sound fading as she disappeared into the forward galley. As she departed, Vanessa remained standing in the aisle, her expression shifting between defiance and growing unease. The confidence that had fueled her discriminatory behavior was cracking as she registered the unusual reaction to Zoe's name. The overhead vents seemed to blow colder air as she stood exposed before the judging eyes of passengers. Thomas leaned close to Vanessa, whispering urgently, his breath creating a small cloud in the cool cabin air. Do you have any idea who that is? Before Vanessa could respond, the captain's voice came over the intercom with unusual clarity. Ladies and gentlemen, and this is Captain Matthews. We've been made aware of an unacceptable situation that occurred during our meal service. I want to personally apologize to the affected passengers. We are documenting the incident and will address it immediately upon arrival. Sunstream Airways does not tolerate discrimination of any kind. The public acknowledgement, extremely unusual for an in-flight incident, sent a ripple of murmurs through the cabin. The soft sounds of surprise reactions created a wave of audio that traveled from first class through the entire aircraft. Passengers exchanged glances, recognizing they were witnessing something extraordinary. Vanessa's confident demeanor collapsed completely, her shoulders slumping visibly. What's happening? She whispered to Thomas, her voice now fragile and uncertain. Why is the captain making announcements about this? Thomas's expression was grim, his voice low but clear enough for nearby passengers to hear. Because Dr. Zoe Bennett is the founder and CEO of the Bennett Foundation, Sunstream's largest individual investor. The foundation that required anti-discrimination provisions in their $180 million partnership agreement. The color drained from Vanessa's face as understanding dawned, her complexion now nearly matching the white of her shirt collar. That's not possible. They're just what? Thomas asked quietly, his words hanging in the air between them. Just a black family who shouldn't be in first class, just passengers you could mistreat without consequences. You picked the absolute worst person in the world to discriminate against. As Vanessa processed this information, visibly shaken by the revelation, Zoe continued monitoring Noah's glucose levels, which had finally begun to stabilize with proper food. The digital readout now showed 65 mmHg, still concerning but moving in the right direction. She appeared completely focused on her son's well-being, seemingly unaware of the panic spreading through the flight crew. But the slight curve of her lips, not quite a smile, more an expression of calm certainty, suggested she was fully aware of exactly what was unfolding. The wheels of accountability had begun turning, each soft click of phone cameras, each digital upload, each corporate realization adding momentum to what would soon become an unstoppable force of consequence. Noah's medical intervention. His glucose is at 62 mg/dl, Dr. Taylor reported, examining Noah's continuous monitor with professional concern. The device's blue glow illuminated both their faces in the dim cabin, creating a medical command center within the luxury seating. That's dangerously close to the threshold where cognitive function begins to be affected. Noah sat quietly and concentrating on eating the breakfast that had finally been provided. His hands still trembled slightly as he managed his fork, a visible reminder of how quickly a simple act of discrimination could escalate to medical danger. The silver utensil occasionally clinked against the fine china plate, drawing concerned glances from nearby passengers. The orange juice should help quickly, Zoe noted, her maternal worry perfectly balanced with clinical assessment. She watched Noah's throat move as he swallowed, calculating absorption rates based on years of experience. The complex carbohydrates will take longer to process, but should provide sustained stabilization. Dr. Taylor nodded in agreement, her stethoscope moving slightly with the motion. He needs protein as well. The eggs are good. They'll help stabilize him without causing a glucose spike. Her experienced eyes continuously assessed Noah's color and coordination, watching for any signs of deteriorating condition. Isaiah watched his brother with obvious concern, his sketchbook momentarily forgotten in his lap. The soft scratch of his pencil had ceased as he focused entirely on Noah. Elijah maintained a protective position beside him, occasionally whispering encouragement, his breath warm against Noah's ear. "You're doing great. Small bites, just like when you were sick last year." The triplets' synchronized responses revealed years of practice supporting Noah through diabetes management. Across the aisle, Mrs. Wilson's maternal instincts had fully engaged. The sounds of her own children eating became background as she focused on the Bennett family's medical situation. "Our children have some snacks they haven't touched," she offered, her voice carrying genuine concern. "Protein bars and some cheese crackers. Would those help?" Zoe smiled gratefully, the expression warming her previously stern features. "The protein bars would be perfect for backup. Thank you." The simple human connection across the aisle created a momentary bridge between families that had been positioned as contrast by Vanessa's discriminatory service. The Wilson children, following their mother's example, immediately dug through their backpacks. The soft rustling of fabric and zippers accompanied their search. "We have juice boxes too," their daughter offered, holding up an apple juice, the colorful packaging catching the cabin light. "My brother always gets low blood sugar on flights." Thomas Prescott returned with additional options from the galley. The soft thump of the tray against the table emphasized his careful attention to the situation. "We have yogurt, cheese, and some fruit that might help," he said, placing them carefully on Noah's tray. The cold containers left condensation rings on the polished surface. "The first officer's son has type 1 diabetes, so he sent these specifically." The cooperative effort to address Noah's medical needs created a striking contrast to Vanessa's earlier dismissal. What should have been standard service, providing purchased meals, had transformed into an emergency response involving passengers, crew members, and a medical professional. The sounds of packaging being opened, quiet medical consultations, and the background beep of Noah's monitor created a soundtrack of care emerging from discrimination. Dr. Taylor monitored Noah's glucose readings while documenting the situation in her medical notebook. The soft scratch of her pen against paper provided a reassuring sound of professional thoroughness. "I'm recording the timeline and values," she explained to Zoe. "This could be important for follow-up care and any subsequent review of the incident." Noah looked up from his meal, embarrassed by the attention, but clearly feeling better as his glucose levels began to rise. A hint of color had returned to his cheeks, replacing the alarming pallor from earlier. "I'm okay now, Mom," he assured Zoe. "The shaky feeling is going away." Zoe squeezed his hand gently, the soft sound of skin against skin carrying maternal reassurance. "You're doing great, sweetheart. Just focus on eating." The plate made a gentle scraping sound as she positioned it closer to him. Dr. Taylor addressed Zoe professionally, her voice carrying the measured cadence of medical consultation. "As his glucose stabilizes, we should document any symptoms he experienced during the hypoglycemic episode. Dizziness, tremors, confusion. Primarily tremors in his hands and some dizziness," Zoe confirmed, her eyes continuously scanning her son for any changes in condition. "Fortunately, we caught it before any cognitive symptoms developed." The clinical assessment contrasted with her gentle stroking of Noah's arm. Medical knowledge and maternal instinct operating simultaneously, The medical terminology and Zoe's confident navigation of it didn't go unnoticed by the cabin crew. Lindsay, returning from the cockpit, observed the interaction with growing realization that she was dealing with someone with significant medical knowledge. Her shoes made soft sounds against the carpet as she approached cautiously. "Dr. Bennett," Lindsay said hesitantly, "our captain has requested any information about medical concerns so he can brief emergency services if needed." Her clipboard made a soft tapping sound as she adjusted her grip nervously. "Emergency services won't be necessary as long as my son's glucose continues to stabilize," Zoe replied, her voice calm but authoritative. "However, I would like the incident documented in your official flight report, including the timeline between when meals were denied and when they were finally provided." Lindsay nodded, taking notes, the pen scratching rapidly against paper. "Dr. Taylor has offered to provide her contact information as a witness to the medical aspects of the situation." "Yes, I'd be happy to confirm that this was a preventable medical event caused directly by the denial of necessary nutrition to a diabetic child," Dr. Taylor stated firmly, her professional demeanor making the severity of the situation unmistakable. The statement hung in the air, its legal implications creating another layer of consequence for the airline. Noah's monitor beeped again, this time with a less urgent tone. The electronic sound drew all eyes to the display, which showed 68 mGL, still low, but moving in the right direction. The soft sigh of relief from several observers was audible in the quiet cabin. "It's working," Elijah observed with obvious relief, his shoulders relaxing visibly for the first time since the confrontation began. Isaiah had captured the entire sequence in his sketchbook. Vanessa's dismissive posture, Noah checking his monitor, Dr. Taylor's intervention, the Wilson family offering help. His precocious artistic ability transformed the medical crisis into a compelling visual narrative that would later become evidence in multiple investigations. The soft scratch of his pencil had resumed, now accompanied by occasional sounds of pages turning as he documented each development. As Noah's condition stabilized, the atmosphere in the cabin shifted again. What had begun as discrimination had escalated to medical endangerment, then transformed into a community response that revealed the best and worst of human nature at 37,000 feet. The contrast was stark. Vanessa's casual cruelty against the Wilson family's immediate empathy, Sunstream's systemic failures against individual crew members' compassionate responses. Each element adding layers to a story that would soon extend far beyond this single flight. The soft sounds of documentation ensuring nothing would be forgotten or minimized. Dr. Taylor made one final check of Noah's readings before returning to her seat, the leather creaking softly as she leaned forward. "He's at 74 mg/dl now. Much safer. The food is doing its job." She handed Zoe her business card, the textured paper making a soft sound as it passed between them. "Please don't hesitate to contact me if you need a medical statement about this incident." "Thank you," Zoe replied sincerely, tucking the card into her purse with a soft rustle of fabric. "Your intervention made a significant difference." As the medical crisis subsided, attention shifted to the approaching landing. But the incident had been thoroughly documented. Noah's glucose readings providing time-stamped evidence of physiological impact, Dr. Taylor's notes offering professional medical assessment, and dozens of passenger videos capturing every moment from multiple angles. What Vanessa Reynolds couldn't possibly have anticipated when she decided these 3 black children didn't deserve equal treatment was that her actions would be preserved in such comprehensive, irrefutable detail, creating a perfect case study in how discrimination can cascade into endangerment within minutes. Phone calls begin. Zoe's phone buzzed relentlessly the moment she switched it from airplane mode during final approach. The device vibrated against the leather armrest with growing urgency, as though trying to communicate months of accumulated messages in seconds. The screen illuminated with cascading notifications, 16 missed calls, 28 text messages, 47 email alerts, and dozens of social media mentions. The soft blue glow lit up her face as she scanned the flood of information, quickly prioritizing by sender and content. The digital world had erupted while Flight 447 had been airborne, transforming a single incident of discrimination into a viral phenomenon with financial, legal, and corporate dimensions. The constant ping of incoming messages created a soundtrack of escalating consequences. The most urgent messages came from Marcus Johnson, the Bennett Foundation's investment director, 842 Dr. Bennett, incident involving Sunstream trending. Please contact ASAP. The timestamp showed this alert had arrived shortly after Vanessa's initial confrontation. 9:17 video showing discrimination against your family going viral. Foundation Protocol 7.3.2 on standby. This message referenced the specific contractual provision that allowed immediate divestiture in case of documented discrimination. 9:38 a.m. Board members notified, media requesting statements, trading halts triggered for Soonair stock. The financial implications were accelerating by the minute. The digital records showing how quickly corporate value could evaporate in the face of documented discrimination. Similar alerts came from the Foundation's legal team, communications director, and board members, all recognizing the significance of what was unfolding. The soft vibration of continuous notifications made the phone seem alive in her hand. From her close friends in Boston came messages of concern, their text bubbles colored differently from the work communications Dr. James Foster. Zoe, we're seeing disturbing videos from your flight. Are the boys okay? We're heading to the airport now. Just know we've contacted our pediatric colleagues at Mass General in case Noah needs evaluation. Us, Olivia Foster. Call us immediately when you land. Media already gathering at arrival gate. Noah's medical situation takes priority. We've arranged private transportation from a separate exit if needed. What was most revealing were the increasingly desperate messages from Sunstream Airways executives, who had finally connected the dots between the viral discrimination video and their largest individual investor. The corporate tone shifted dramatically across successive messages. Richard Garcia, CEO Dr. Bennett, urgent matter requires immediate discussion. Please call my direct line upon landing. The initial message maintained corporate formality despite its urgency. Catherine Williams, Executive VP. Dr. Bennett, deeply concerned about incident on Flight 447. I'll be personally meeting your aircraft in Boston. The second message showed escalating concern. Patricia Morgan, VP Customer Experience. Dr. Bennett, please allow us to address this unfortunate situation promptly and appropriately. We value our partnership with the Bennett Foundation and are committed to resolving this matter to your satisfaction. The third message revealed growing desperation and awareness of financial stakes. Each corporate message carefully avoided specifics. No mention of discrimination, racism, or medical endangerment, using the vague language of damage control rather than genuine accountability. The soft ping of these messages arriving in sequence created a digital timeline of corporate panic. As the plane began its final descent, the gentle pressure changed, causing a subtle popping in passengers' ears. Zoe quickly typed responses to her closest contacts while declining calls from Sunstream executives. Her fingers moved with practiced precision across the glass screen to Marcus Johnson, implementing full 7.3.2 protocol upon landing, prepare divestiture documentation. The decisive instruction would set in motion a $180 million financial consequence. To the Fosters, Noah stable now but experienced hypoglycemia when denied food. Boys handling situation with remarkable composure. We'll call once we're off the plane. Her message prioritized medical information while acknowledging the children's dignity under pressure. Elijah noticed her expression tighten as she scrolled through messages. The soft glow of the screen reflected in his concerned eyes. Is everything okay, Mom? Yes, sweetheart, she assured him, tucking her phone away with a soft click. But it seems our flight has attracted some attention. There might be people waiting to talk to us when we land. Because of what happened with the food, Isaiah asked, his perceptiveness as sharp as ever. His sketchbook made a soft sound as he closed it, carefully tucking it into his backpack. Yes, what happened wasn't just wrong, it was important. Sometimes these moments become turning points. The simple explanation contained layers of meaning that Isaiah absorbed with a thoughtful nod. Noah, now feeling much better with his glucose at 86 mg/dL, looked worried. The soft beep of his monitor had slowed to regular intervals, indicating stabilization. Are we in trouble? No, honey, quite the opposite. Zoe squeezed his hand reassuringly, the gesture creating a small island of calm amid the digital storm. Remember what I've always taught you about dignity under pressure. Today you all demonstrated exactly that. I couldn't be prouder. Throughout the cabin, other passengers were also discovering the digital storm that had developed during their flight. Phones illuminated faces with blue glow as they discovered what had transpired beyond their knowledge. Sofia Rodriguez's live stream had accumulated over 1.5 million views, with clips being shared across all major platforms. The hashtags #SunstreamRacism, #JusticeForNoah, and #FirstClass, while Black dominated trending lists nationwide, creating a digital chorus of outrage and accountability demands. Thomas Prescott approached one final time before landing, his shoes making soft sounds against the carpet as he carefully navigated the narrow aisle. Dr. Bennett, the captain wanted me to inform you that there will be company representatives meeting the flight. They've requested a private conversation with you. I'm sure they have, Zoe replied evenly, a hint of knowing irony in her voice. Please inform them that any discussions will need to include my legal team, who will be meeting me at the gate. Thomas nodded, understanding the implication. His name badge caught the light as he shifted position. Also, I wanted to say personally that I'm deeply sorry for what happened today. Some of us are trying to change the culture here, but cultural change requires leadership commitment, not just individual good intentions. Zoe completed his thought. I understand, Mr. Prescott, and I appreciate your intervention today. The simple acknowledgement created a moment of human connection amid the corporate crisis. As the plane touched down at Logan International, the soft jolt of wheels meeting runway announcing their arrival, the boys looked out the window with expressions of wonder that momentarily overcame the tension of the preceding hour. Boston spread beneath them, their first real vacation destination, the city where their godparents waited to welcome them. Look, there's the harbor, Isaiah pointed excitedly, his finger leaving a small smudge on the plexiglass window. And Fenway Park, Elijah added, momentarily returning to the simple joy of a 10-year-old on an adventure. The green expanse of the historic ballpark visible in the distance. Noah pressed his face to the window, creating a small fog circle with his breath. I think I can see the Science Museum from here. Zoe watched them with a mixture of fierce love and protective determination. These precious moments of childhood excitement. This was what she was fighting for. The right for her sons to experience joy without interruption, to occupy space without justification, to exist without constantly proving their worthiness. As the aircraft taxied toward the gate, the gentle rumble of engines decreasing as they approached the terminal, Zoe could see the unusual gathering on the jetway. News crews with equipment creating metallic glints under terminal lighting. Airline executives in dark suits projecting corporate concern, and airport officials attempting to maintain order amid the growing media presence. But most importantly, she spotted James and Olivia Foster at the front of the crowd, their familiar faces providing the first genuine comfort since this ordeal began. James's tall figure and Olivia's distinctive red coat were immediately recognizable, their presence a reminder that systems of support extended beyond the family unit. The next phase was about to begin, and Zoe Bennett was meticulously prepared, as she had been for every challenge in her life. The difference was that this time, an entire corporation would learn exactly what happened when someone underestimated a mother's love, a foundation's power, and three young boys' unshakable sense of their own worth. The power shift. Vanessa Reynolds received an urgent message over her crew headset as the aircraft completed its taxi to the gate. The electronic crackle in her ear preceded the terse instruction, Flight Attendant Reynolds, report to the flight deck immediately. The directive was unusual. Cabin crew typically completed arrival duties before any post-flight debriefing. Her hands trembled slightly as she made her way forward, passing through first class where the Bennett triplets were gathering their belongings under the protective gaze of their mother. The soft rustle of her uniform seemed unnaturally loud in her heightened state of awareness. In the cockpit, Captain Alexander Matthews' expression was granite. The lines around his mouth deepened by obvious tension. The cockpit's numerous instruments created a background of soft electronic sounds and blinking lights that contrasted with the human drama unfolding. Ms. Reynolds, I've just received extraordinary instructions from company leadership. You are to remain on board after passenger deplaning and await security escort to a private meeting. Security escort. Vanessa's voice cracked, the sound betraying her growing anxiety. I don't understand. This is about those passengers in first class. It was a simple misunderstanding about meal availability. Stop! Matthews cut her off sharply. the single word landing like a physical blow. I've reviewed the passenger videos. There was no misunderstanding about your comments regarding how those people eat. Furthermore, you ignored a documented medical accommodation that potentially endangered a child. First Officer Rivera added from his position at the controls, his voice carrying the measured tone of someone accustomed to evaluating risk. The company has already issued a public statement disavowing your actions and placed you on immediate administrative leave. The soft click of switches being adjusted punctuated his statement. They can't do that without union representation, Vanessa protested, her voice rising in pitch as panic set in. The small cockpit suddenly felt airless, the confined space intensifying her growing claustrophobia. They already have, Matthews replied coldly, his captain's stripes catching the light as he shifted in his seat. When discrimination involves a medical emergency, different protocols apply. But that's only part of the situation. Do you have any idea who was sitting in 7A? Vanessa's expression revealed growing dread, her uniform suddenly feeling too tight around her neck. Thomas's earlier warning echoed in her mind, the memory causing a chill despite the warm cockpit. Something about an investor. Matthews shook his head in disbelief, the motion causing his captain's hat to catch the light from the instrument panel. Dr. Zoe Bennett is the founder and CEO of the Bennett Medical Research Foundation, Sunstream's largest individual investor, the foundation that required anti-discrimination provisions in their partnership agreement. The Bennett Foundation, that's him. Vanessa's voice trailed off as the full implications began to register, her mind struggling to reconcile the elegant mother in 7A with the corporate power now aligned against her. That's the $180 million investment that kept this airline from bankruptcy 3 years ago, Rivera clarified, his fingers tapping a subtle rhythm against the throttle control. The investment that came with specific contractual penalties for exactly the kind of behavior you demonstrated today. I didn't know who they were, Vanessa whispered, the words hanging in the cockpit's recycled air. That's precisely the point, Matthews responded sharply, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to commanding aircraft through turbulence. You shouldn't treat any passengers that way, regardless of who they are. The fact that you're only concerned now that you know her status tells me everything about your character. Meanwhile, in the passenger cabin, a subtle but profound power shift was unfolding. As the aircraft door opened with a pneumatic hiss, Senior Flight Attendant Lindsay Martinez approached Zoe with visible anxiety. The terminal's fluorescent lighting streamed in, creating dramatic shadows across the cabin. Dr. Bennett, there are company executives waiting to speak with you in the terminal. They've arranged a private reception area. Her words came quickly, betraying the corporate panic behind the seemingly courteous offer. I prefer to exit normally with all other passengers, Zoe interrupted smoothly, her voice carrying calm authority. Any meetings can take place after my sons have been properly attended to. The soft, zipping sound of Noah's diabetes kit being secured punctuated her statement. Of course, Lindsay stammered, her weight shifting nervously from one foot to another. But Ms. Williams specifically requested I'm not concerned with Miss Williams' requests at the moment, Zoe replied, her tone remaining pleasant but leaving no room for negotiation. My primary concern is my family's well-being. The reversal was striking. The same flight attendants who had wielded arbitrary authority minutes earlier, now deferential to the point of obsequiousness. Passengers watched the transformation with knowing expressions, several still recording discreetly on their phones, the soft electronic sounds of documentation continuing. Thomas Prescott approached with a different energy, not fearful but respectful. His uniform remained perfectly pressed, despite the tense flight, his professional demeanor intact. Dr. Bennett, I want you to know that I'll be providing a complete statement to company leadership and any investigating authorities. What happened today was wrong on every level. Zoe nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Accountability requires both consequences and allies willing to speak truth. The soft click of her purse closing emphasized the finality of her statement. As the cabin prepared for deplaning, the captain's voice came over the intercom one final time. Ladies and gentlemen, as we arrive at Gate 37, I want to personally apologize for the unacceptable situation that occurred during our flight. Sunstream Airways is committed to ensuring all passengers receive equal respect and service. The incident has been documented and will be addressed at the highest levels of our company. The public acknowledgement, rare for an in-flight incident, signaled how seriously Sunstream was treating the situation. But for many passengers, it was too little, too late. The soft murmurs of skepticism rippled through the cabin. "Now they're worried about their image," muttered Marcus Davidson to his seatmate, his voice just loud enough to be heard several rows away. Where was this concern when it actually mattered? Sofia Rodriguez concluded her live stream with a pointed observation, her voice carrying the confidence of someone whose platform had expanded exponentially in a single flight. Notice how quickly accountability appears when money and power enter the equation. Imagine a world where basic human dignity received the same immediate response. The soft electronic ping of viewer agreement created a digital chorus of affirmation. As the cabin door fully opened, Zoe could see Catherine Williams, Sunstream's executive VP, waiting at the jet bridge with a practiced expression of corporate concern. Her designer suit and pearl necklace gleamed under the terminal lighting, creating an image of corporate polish that contrasted with the authentic humanity displayed in the cabin. Behind her stood Richard Garcia, the CEO, visible on a tablet being held by an assistant, apparently video calling in for this critical moment, his inability to be physically present another indicator of corporate priorities. The tablet's screen created a blue glow that highlighted the anxiety in his expression. "Dr. Bennett," Williams began with rehearsed sincerity, her voice projecting just the right amount of corporate contrition. "I cannot express how deeply sorry we are for your experience today. If we could speak privately." "Miss Williams," Zoe interrupted calmly, her 3 sons standing beside her with remarkable composure for children their age. "My sons and I will be exiting the aircraft like every other passenger. Any discussions will take place after I've ensured their well-being and consulted with my team, who are waiting in the terminal." The soft shuffle of passengers lining up behind them created a backdrop to this exchange. Garcia's voice emerged from the tablet, the digital transmission adding a slight echo. "Dr. Bennett, please allow us to make this right. What happened today does not reflect Sunstream's values or commitments." "Mr. Garcia," Zoe's precise question cut through his platitudes, creating an immediate silence in the jetway. "Are you suggesting you would have treated my children differently if you'd known who I was?" The terminal fell silent as everyone processed the devastating simplicity of her question. The only sounds were the ambient noise of the airport, distant announcements, the soft whir of moving walkways, the muted conversations of travelers unaware of the drama unfolding at Gate 37. Garcia stammered, visibly unprepared for such direct accountability, his corporate polish cracking under genuine ethical challenge. "No, of course not. That's not what I..." "So you're saying all passengers should receive equal service regardless of their status or connections?" Zoe pressed, her voice still measured but carrying unmistakable moral authority. "Absolutely," Garcia confirmed, not seeing the trap until it was too late, the tablet's microphone picking up his nervous swallow. "Then why did your flight attendant explicitly state that my children should share food while others received individual meals? And why did your company's response become urgent only after you discovered my identity?" Williams attempted damage control, her hands making a placating gesture that contrasted with the anxiety in her eyes. "Dr. Bennett, we respond to all discrimination claims with equal..." "Ms. Williams, please don't compound today's problems with demonstrable falsehoods," Zoe interrupted, her words precise as a surgeon's scalpel. "I have access to Sunstream's complaint data through our Investment Oversight Committee. The average response time to discrimination reports from unconnected passengers is 27 days. Today, your CEO interrupted a meeting within minutes of identifying me." The gathered crowd, passengers, airport staff, and the growing media presence witnessed the extraordinary moment when corporate power collided with moral authority and found itself utterly outmatched. The soft gasps of realization provided audio confirmation that everyone understood exactly what was happening. As Noah, Isaiah, and Elijah stepped onto the jet bridge, flanked protectively by their mother, the power dynamics had shifted completely. No longer were they 3 young black boys being told they didn't deserve equal treatment. They were now the central figures in a corporate crisis that would reshape an entire industry's approach to diversity, equity, and fundamental human dignity. Williams and Garcia found themselves trapped in a narrative of their own making, their desperate attempts to appease a major investor, only highlighting how completely they had failed to honor their contractual commitments to equal treatment for all passengers. The soft electronic sounds of continuing documentation ensured this realization would be preserved for posterity. The Bennett family walked calmly through the terminal toward the waiting Fosters, dignity intact, purpose clear, and power fully reclaimed, not through anger or escalation, but through the quiet certainty of those who know exactly who they are and what they are worth. The soft shuffle of their footsteps on airport flooring created a rhythmic counterpoint to the chaos they left in their wake. Parrot Wheat 4, the confrontation. Boston Logan International Airport's Terminal C hummed with unusual energy as Flight 447 arrived. The typical ambient sounds, boarding announcements, rolling luggage, hurried footsteps, were overshadowed by the buzz of an extraordinary situation unfolding. News crews positioned cameras near the security exit, their equipment creating metallic glints under the terminal lighting. Social media influencers live-streamed from their phones, creating a constellation of digital documentation points throughout the arrival area. A cluster of corporate representatives in dark suits huddled anxiously near the gate, their hushed conversations creating an undercurrent of tension. Sunstream Airways Executive VP Catherine Williams paced nervously on the polished floor, her Louboutin heels clicking a staccato rhythm that betrayed her anxiety. The red soles flashed with each step like warning signals. She periodically checked her phone where the company's stock price continued its alarming decline, the screen's soft blue glow illuminating her increasingly concerned expression. Beside her stood the airline's hastily assembled crisis team, legal counsel in a charcoal suit, public relations director clutching a tablet, and diversity officer who had been summoned on emergency notice. Their presence a corporate admission that this situation transcended routine customer complaints. The digital screens throughout the terminal displayed CNN's coverage. Discrimination incident on Sunstream Airways goes viral. Black children denied meals in first class. The footage, captured from multiple passenger perspectives, played on a continuous loop, ensuring everyone in the terminal was aware of what had transpired at 37,000 feet. The sound was muted, but captions scrolled across the bottom of the screens, making the discriminatory language visible to all. The airport's own social media accounts had issued statements distancing themselves from the airline's actions. Logan International Airport is committed to ensuring all travelers feel welcome and respected. The PR team's rapid response indicated how quickly the situation had escalated beyond a single airline incident to a broader conversation about discrimination in travel. Through the crowds, Dr. James and Dr. Olivia Foster pushed determinedly toward the gate. The sound of their purposeful footsteps contrasted with the uncertain movements of other travelers. As Zoe's oldest friends and the triplets' godparents, they had dropped everything when they saw the viral videos. James, a distinguished cardiac surgeon, and Olivia, a renowned endocrinologist, carried themselves with the urgent purpose of medical professionals responding to an emergency. "Excuse us, we need to get through," James stated firmly to a security officer blocking the path. His white coat, still worn from his interrupted hospital rounds, provided immediate authority. "We're meeting the Bennett family. I'm Dr. Foster, and this is Dr. Foster. We're physicians, and one of the children has a medical condition that may require attention. Their medical credentials and obvious concern granted them access other visitors wouldn't receive." The soft rustle of Olivia's medical bag provided auditory confirmation of their priorities. She carried glucose monitoring equipment and emergency supplies, taking no chances with Noah's well-being after what they'd witnessed online. As passengers began streaming from the arrival gate, the soft electronic sounds of notifications increased as those waiting recognized the flight from the viral videos. Sofia Rodriguez emerged first, still live streaming, her confident narration providing context to her growing audience. "I'm now at Boston Logan, where Sunstream executives are waiting to do damage control," she explained, her voice carrying the measured tone of someone who understood the historical significance of what she was documenting. "The corporate response has been swift, but only after the videos went viral. Let's see if they take actual accountability or just perform it for the cameras." Her live stream counter showed 2.3 million concurrent viewers. Her platform transformed overnight from modest social justice commentary to viral phenomenon. The soft ping of viewer reactions created a continuous digital soundtrack to the unfolding drama. Followers dubbed her the conscience of Flight 447, celebrating her documentation of the incident. The Wilson family exited next, looking uncomfortable as reporters approached them, The camera flashes created staccato bursts of light that made their children blink in confusion. Mrs. Wilson stepped forward protectively, her body language shifting from hesitation to determination. Yes, we witnessed the discrimination. No, it wasn't a misunderstanding. Those children were denied meals while our children received full service. We'd like to provide statements to the proper authorities. Then came the moment everyone was waiting for. A momentary hush fell over the terminal as Zoe Bennett emerged from the jet bridge, a protective arm around each of her sons. The soft gasp from the gathered crowd was audible, recognition spreading through the terminal. Noah walked between his brothers, looking tired but stable. Isaiah clutched his sketchbook tightly, his artist's eyes taking in the scene with remarkable perceptiveness. Elijah scanned the terminal with the watchfulness of someone twice his age, his protective instincts evident in his positioning slightly ahead of his brothers. The crowd fell momentarily silent, then erupted in activity, cameras focusing with electronic whirs and clicks, executives stepping forward with rehearsed expressions of concern, security creating a protective corridor through the terminal. The sudden increase in volume created an acoustic representation of the situation's importance. Dr. Bennett, reporters called from behind barriers, their voices creating a cacophony of urgent questions. Can you comment on the discrimination incident? Will you pursue legal action against Sunstream? How is your son's medical condition? Zoe maintained perfect composure, guiding her sons directly toward the Fosters, who rushed forward to meet them. The reunion was both touching and telling, Olivia immediately kneeling to check Noah's glucose monitor, her medical bag making a soft thump as she set it down to focus entirely on her godson. James placed protective hands on Isaiah and Elijah's shoulders, his large frame creating a physical barrier between the children and the chaos surrounding them. His levels, Olivia asked professionally, the monitor's blue glow illuminating both their faces as she examined the readings. 83 and stable now, Zoe replied, the soft rustle of her son's clothing as they shifted position, providing background to this medical consultation. But he dropped to 62 during the incident. Dr. Taylor on the flight provided emergency intervention. Olivia nodded grimly, making mental notes for the medical documentation that would follow. Her stethoscope moved slightly with the motion, catching the terminal lighting. I brought additional supplies just in case. We have a car waiting at a side exit if you'd prefer to avoid this circus. Catherine Williams approached cautiously, corporate smile firmly in place though it failed to reach her eyes. Her perfume, something expensive and floral, created an olfactory announcement of her presence before she spoke. Dr. Bennett, I cannot express how deeply sorry we are for your experience today. Sunstream Airways is committed to ensuring all our passengers. Ms. Williams, Zoe interrupted calmly, her voice carrying just enough to be heard clearly without seeming confrontational. My priority at this moment is my family's well-being. I'll be happy to discuss Sunstream's failures of policy, training, and corporate culture after my sons have been properly attended to. Williams persisted, desperation evident beneath her professional veneer. The soft click of her heels on the terminal flooring betrayed her growing anxiety as she maintained position. We've prepared a private lounge where you can rest comfortably while we address your concerns. Our CEO, Mr. Garcia, is very eager to speak with you personally. I'm sure he is, Zoe replied, her tone making it clear exactly why Garcia's urgency had suddenly materialized. The soft sounds of suppressed reactions from observers indicated they understood the implication perfectly. Richard Garcia himself appeared on a rolling video screen, technology enabling his virtual presence from corporate headquarters. The screen made a soft electronic hum as it was positioned prominently, ensuring Zoe couldn't miss his enlarged face projecting corporate contrition. Dr. Bennett, this is Richard Garcia. What happened today is completely unacceptable. I want to personally assure you that the employee involved has been placed on administrative leave pending investigation, and we're implementing immediate... Mr. Garcia. Zoe's precise question cut through his prepared statement, creating immediate silence in the terminal. Why did it take viral videos and stock price collapse for Sunstream to acknowledge discrimination that happens regularly on your flights? The gathered crowd, passengers, airport staff, and media fell silent, waiting for Garcia's response. The only sounds were the ambient noises of the airport, distant announcements, the soft whir of moving walkways. The muted conversations of travelers unaware of the drama unfolding at Gate 37. The CEO stammered, visibly unprepared for such direct accountability, the high-definition screen capturing every micro-expression of discomfort. That's not accurate, Dr. Bennett. We take all allegations seriously regardless of Mr. Garcia. As part of our investment oversight, the Bennett Foundation receives quarterly reports on discrimination complaints filed against Sunstream. In the past year alone, 47 passengers have reported similar treatment. The average response time was 27 days, and not once did you personally intervene. The public revelation of internal data created an audible reaction from the assembled media. Soft gasps, whispered comments, the rapid electronic clicks of cameras documenting Garcia's reaction. His face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger at being contradicted with his own company's statistics, the high-definition screen revealing every nuance of his discomfort. Williams attempted to regain control of the narrative, stepping slightly in front of the screen as though physically shielding her CEO. The soft rustle of her silk blouse betrayed her tension despite her practiced corporate smile. Those reports went through proper channels for thorough investigation. Those reports were systematically minimized, reclassified as customer service misunderstandings, and addressed with form letters offering discount codes. Zoe corrected, her encyclopedic knowledge of the data leaving no room for corporate spin. I have access to the complete data. Ms. Williams, please don't compound today's problems with demonstrable falsehoods. As this exchange unfolded, creating a masterclass in corporate accountability, Noah tugged gently at his mother's sleeve, the soft sound of fabric against fabric, drawing her attention immediately. "Mom, I'm getting tired," he whispered, the medical stress of the day finally catching up with him. His complexion had lost some of the color it had regained after eating on the plane. Zoe immediately refocused on what mattered most, her priorities crystal clear. "We're done here for now. My sons need rest and proper medical monitoring. We'll continue this discussion after they've been cared for." James Foster stepped forward, his imposing height and white coat creating immediate authority. "Our car is waiting. We should get Noah somewhere quiet where Olivia can do a proper assessment." The soft jingling of car keys in his pocket emphasized the immediate escape route he offered. The corporate representatives watched helplessly as their damage control opportunity slipped away. The soft sounds of defeat were evident in William's sigh and the slump of her shoulders. Though she made one final attempt, "Dr. Bennett, regarding your foundation's investment position, the Bennett Foundation will issue a formal statement regarding our investment relationship with Sunstream Airways within the hour." Zoe replied with finality, already guiding her sons toward the exit James had indicated. "For now, I suggest you focus on addressing the systemic failures that allowed this incident to occur, rather than the financial consequences that will naturally follow." As the Bennett family moved toward the exit, flanked protectively by the Fosters, the power dynamic was unmistakable. The corporation that had discriminated against 3 young boys now found itself desperately seeking their mother's mercy, a mercy that would not be forthcoming without genuine accountability and systemic change. Sofia Rodriguez concluded her live stream with a pointed observation that would be quoted in news coverage worldwide. "We've just witnessed what happens when discrimination targets someone with the power to demand consequences. Imagine a world where every victim of bias received this same urgent response, not because they control millions in investments, but simply because their humanity deserved equal respect." The soft electronic ping of agreement from her millions of viewers created a digital chorus of affirmation that followed the Bennett family as they exited the terminal, leaving corporate America to reckon with the consequences of casual discrimination now exposed on the global stage. Corporate desperation. Catherine Williams paced the executive lounge at Boston Logan, her Louboutin heels clicking against marble flooring with increasing urgency. Each step echoed the ticking clock of corporate catastrophe unfolding in real time. Around her, Sunstream's hastily assembled crisis team worked phones and laptops, the soft electronic sounds of keyboards and notifications creating a soundtrack of desperation. The premium coffee and expensive porcelain cups grew cold, untouched as executives focused entirely on damage control. "Stock is down 28% and still falling," reported the financial officer, his voice tight with stress, tie loosened around his neck. The soft ping of trading alerts punctuated his updates. Second trading halt triggered in 3 hours. Institutional investors are calling for emergency board statements. Vanguard's threatening to liquidate their entire position. The PR director's update was equally grim, her tablet screen casting a blue glow across her increasingly concerned expression. Social media metrics show hashtag Sunstream racism mentioned 1.7 million times in the past 2 hours. Celebrity accounts with combined reach of 500 million followers are sharing the videos. Traditional media coverage expanding to international outlets. BBC and Al Jazeera both running segments. Williams glanced at her watch. 30 minutes since the Bennett family had departed with the Fosters. 30 minutes of accelerating crisis with no resolution pathway in sight. The soft ticking of the expensive timepiece seemed to count down to corporate extinction. The corporate playbook for handling discrimination complaints had utterly failed when confronted with a victim who held both moral authority and financial leverage. "Any update on the Foundation's statement?" she demanded, her voice betraying the anxiety her carefully maintained appearance attempted to hide. The communications liaison shook her head, her earrings making a soft jingling sound with the motion. "Nothing yet, but their media team is historically precise. If they said within the hour, it will be within the hour." The implication was clear. The Bennett Foundation operated with the same methodical precision in communications that they applied to investment oversight. Richard Garcia's face appeared on the conference room screen, broadcasting from corporate headquarters, where an emergency board meeting was underway. The electronic hum of the video connection provided a backdrop to his increasingly frantic instructions. His typically confident demeanor had been replaced with visible anxiety, tie askew, hair slightly disheveled, the veneer of corporate polish cracking under extreme pressure. "Catherine, we need to establish communication with Dr. Bennett immediately," he insisted, his voice carrying the strained quality of someone watching their career implode in real time. "The board is demanding updates every 15 minutes. Major shareholders are threatening coordinated action if this isn't resolved." "She's not taking our calls, Richard," Williams replied, the soft sound of her fingers drumming against the polished table betraying her own anxiety. "Her foundation team has indicated she's attending to her son's medical needs first, which is completely understandable given the circumstances." "Understandable but unacceptable," Garcia snapped, frustration replacing diplomatic language. "We need to contain this before markets open tomorrow. Offer whatever it takes. A personal apology tour, dedicated aircraft, name a terminal after her, anything." The desperation in his voice was palpable, creating uncomfortable glances among the crisis team. The legal counsel cleared her throat, the soft sound drawing attention as she adjusted her glasses. "Mr. Garcia, with respect, offering special accommodations now would only reinforce Dr. Bennett's point about disparate treatment. It would likely worsen our position." The gentle tapping of her pen against legal documents punctuated her point. Garcia's frustration was palpable even through the digital connection, the high-definition screen capturing the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Then what do you suggest? We're hemorrhaging value by the minute." The soft electronic sounds of trading alerts on his own devices created a constant reminder of financial collapse. "We implement immediate, visible policy changes," the counsel advised, her measured tone contrasting with the panic surrounding her show. "Announce mandatory retraining for all customer-facing staff. Issue clear zero-tolerance policies for discrimination with termination consequences. Demonstrate we're addressing the systemic issues Dr. Bennett correctly identified." "Will that be enough to salvage the partnership?" Garcia demanded, leaning closer to the camera, his face filling more of the screen, amplifying his desperation. Before anyone could answer, all phones in the room simultaneously received the same notification, creating an electronic symphony of alerts. The soft gasps from the crisis team created a human counterpoint to the digital sounds. "Bennett Foundation issues statement on Sunstream Airways incident." Williams quickly pulled up the press release on her tablet, color draining from her face as she read aloud, her voice growing increasingly strained as the devastating implications registered. "The Bennett Medical Research Foundation, which holds a 22% stake in Sunstream Airways, has initiated immediate divestiture proceedings following documented discrimination against 3 Black children, including one with medical needs, on Flight 447. The Foundation's partnership agreement specifically prohibits discriminatory practices, and provides for automatic termination with penalties in case of material breach. Today's incident, captured on multiple recordings and witnessed by dozens of passengers, represents not an isolated occurrence but a systemic failure of corporate culture, training, and accountability. Most troublingly, it demonstrates that Sunstream Airways accepted $180 million in diversity initiative funding while failing to implement the very policies this investment was intended to ensure. Effective immediately, the foundation is divesting all holdings in Sunstream Airways, triggering contractual penalties of $47 million for material breach, withdrawing from all partnership programs, recommending that all socially responsible investment funds remove Sunstream from their portfolios. The foundation believes that meaningful change requires genuine commitment rather than performative statements. We remain dedicated to identifying travel industry partners who demonstrate authentic respect for all passengers regardless of race, medical needs, or background. Stunned silence filled the room as the implications sank in. The only sound the soft hum of electronic equipment and the distant airport announcements filtering through the walls. The $47 million penalty alone would devastate quarterly earnings, but the broader divestiture would trigger a cascade of institutional investor withdrawals that could potentially bankrupt the airline. "They can't do this," Garcia whispered, though his tone suggested he knew perfectly well they could. The high-definition camera captured the exact moment hope left his expression, replaced by the resignation of someone watching their career end in real time. The legal counsel shook her head grimly, the soft rustle of legal documents providing background to her assessment. Section 7.3-2 of the partnership agreement is absolutely clear. Material breaches of anti-discrimination provisions trigger automatic penalties and divestiture rights. Dr. Bennett's legal team wrote those provisions specifically, and our board approved them unanimously. But it was one employee's actions, Garcia protested, his voice rising with desperate anger. One isolated incident. His hand made a soft thump as it hit the conference table at headquarters, the impact traveling through the digital connection. The foundation's statement specifically references systemic failure supported by their access to our complaint data. Williams pointed out, scrolling through the press release again. They can demonstrate pattern and practice, which fulfills the contract's definition of material breach. As corporate desperation reached fever pitch, a junior staff member interrupted with news that transformed anxiety into outright panic. The soft knock on the conference room door preceded information that made Williams physically sink into her chair. "Dr. Bennett is holding an impromptu press conference outside the terminal. CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News are all carrying it live." All eyes turned to the television mounted on the wall, the soft click of the remote raising the volume as Zoe Bennett appeared on screen, composed and authoritative, flanked by James and Olivia Foster. The triplets were not present, presumably resting somewhere private after their ordeal. The terminal's backdrop created a public setting that contrasted with Sunstream's attempts to move conversations behind closed doors. The events on today's flight represent something far more significant than poor customer service, Zoe was saying, her voice steady and measured, carrying the same calm authority she had displayed throughout the ordeal. They reveal what happens when companies accept diversity funding while maintaining discriminatory cultures. Sunstream Airways signed contracts promising equal treatment for all passengers, then systematically failed to deliver on those promises. A reporter called out, the microphone making a soft rustling sound as it was passed. "Dr. Bennett, do you believe your family was targeted specifically?" "No," Zoe replied firmly, the certainty in her voice creating additional impact. "What makes this situation particularly revealing is that we were targeted randomly. Simply 3 black children who a flight attendant assumed didn't deserve equal service. The fact that we happen to be connected to the company's largest diversity investor is simply ironic justice." Another question came from the crowd. "Will you pursue legal action beyond the contractual penalties?" The Bennett Foundation doesn't seek punitive damages. We seek systemic change. Zoe's response was measured but firm, the microphone capturing the perfect clarity of her position. "However, we will cooperate fully with federal transportation authorities and civil rights investigators who have already contacted us regarding potential regulatory violations." Catherine Williams sank deeper into her chair, the leather making a soft sound under her weight as the full magnitude of the catastrophe washed over her. Sunstream Airways had spent 3 years accepting Bennett Foundation money while failing to implement meaningful cultural change. Now, in a moment of perfect accountability, that failure had been exposed in the most public, most expensive way possible. Richard Garcia stared from the screen, his corporate confidence utterly shattered. The high-definition display captured every nuance of his defeated expression. "Find me a way to talk to her," he pleaded, his voice now stripped of authority and filled with desperation. "There must be something we can offer, some arrangement we can reach." "Richard," Williams interrupted, surprising herself with sudden clarity that cut through the panic. "I don't think you understand what's happening. Dr. Bennett isn't negotiating. She's demonstrating consequences." The soft, electronic ping of another trading halt notification provided perfect punctuation to this realization. Sunstream Airways wasn't facing a public relations challenge. It was facing an extinction-level event triggered by the convergence of documented discrimination and contractual accountability. The medical expert, Olivia Foster, adjusted her glasses as she addressed the growing media presence outside the airport terminal. The soft click of camera shutters created a rhythmic backdrop to her statement. As one of the nation's leading endocrinologists, her assessment of Noah's medical situation carried undeniable weight, her white coat and stethoscope providing visual reinforcement of her expertise. "I've completed a preliminary evaluation of Noah's condition following the incident on Flight 447, she stated, her professional demeanor making the severity of the situation unmistakable. His continuous glucose monitor data shows that his blood sugar dropped to dangerously low levels, reaching 62 mAh/dL after insulin was administered, but the corresponding meal was denied." A reporter raised his hand, the soft rustle of his notebook providing background as he prepared his question. "Can you explain what that means for someone who isn't familiar with diabetes management?" "Certainly." Dr. Foster nodded, her earrings catching the afternoon light. Type 1 diabetics carefully calculate insulin doses based on anticipated food intake. When Noah boarded that flight, his insulin had been dosed specifically for the meal he was supposed to receive, a meal that had been confirmed through proper medical accommodation channels. She paused, allowing the information to register, the soft sounds of reporters typing notes filling the brief silence. When that meal was denied, his blood glucose began dropping toward hypoglycemic levels, which can cause cognitive impairment, loss of consciousness, and in severe cases, seizures or worse. The medical terminology transformed what many might have dismissed as a customer service issue into something far more serious, a potential medical emergency created through discriminatory service. The soft murmurs of concern among the gathered media indicated the shift in perception. "In my professional opinion," Dr. Foster continued, her voice carrying the measured authority of someone with decades of specialized experience, "denying a child with type 1 diabetes their scheduled meal isn't just discrimination. It's medically dangerous and potentially negligent." Catherine Williams, who had emerged from the executive lounge to monitor the press conference, visibly flinched at the word negligent, its legal implications adding new dimensions to an already catastrophic situation. The soft tap of her fingernails against her tablet betrayed her growing anxiety as she made notes for the legal team. Another reporter asked, microphone creating a soft pop as it was adjusted, "Was the flight crew made aware of Noah's medical condition?" According to Sunstream's own records, which Dr. Bennett has shared with me, medical accommodation for a juvenile diabetic was officially logged for seat 7B 3 days before the flight, Dr. Foster confirmed, referencing a tablet that displayed the documentation. The screen's glow highlighted her serious expression. This information was flagged in the passenger manifest with a highlighted medical alert, which the crew either ignored or failed to review properly. James Foster stepped forward, adding his credentials as a cardiac surgeon to the growing medical assessment. His tall frame and authoritative presence commanded immediate attention, the soft sounds of media shifting position to capture his statement. What's particularly concerning from a patient safety perspective is the disconnect between Sunstream's documented protocols and their actual practices. Their published medical accommodation policy promises priority meal service for diabetic passengers. Yet Noah was explicitly denied food while others were served. Olivia nodded in agreement, the afternoon sunlight glinting off her glasses. Had Dr. Bennett not been prepared with glucose tablets, which she carried because she's both a medical professional and an experienced mother of a diabetic child, we could be discussing a much more serious medical emergency right now. The medical framing of the incident was shifting public perception significantly. What had begun as a discrimination story was evolving into a patient safety issue, adding regulatory dimensions involving the Federal Aviation Administration and Department of Transportation, both of which have strict guidelines for handling passengers with medical needs. The soft electronic sounds of social media reactions shifting to include hashtag medical negligence alongside hashtag Sunstream racism demonstrated the evolving narrative. A healthcare reporter from the Boston Globe asked, her voice carrying genuine professional concern, Dr. Foster, in your expert opinion, does this incident reflect a one-time failure or a systemic problem with how airlines handle medical accommodations? Based on the documentation I've reviewed, including similar incident reports from other passengers with medical needs, this appears to be a systemic issue, Olivia replied carefully, maintaining her professional tone while delivering a devastating assessment. When medical accommodations are treated as optional courtesies rather than necessary safety measures, we create dangerous situations for vulnerable travelers. She held up a tablet displaying Noah's glucose readings throughout the flight, the data visualization showing a clear downward trend that began shortly after takeoff and accelerated during the meal service confrontation. The electronic display created a scientific counterpoint to the emotional aspects of the story, adding objective measurement to subjective experience. This graph tells the story clearly, she explained, her finger tracing the declining numbers. The medical consequences of discrimination aren't theoretical. They're measurable, documentable, and in this case, completely preventable. Catherine Williams attempted damage control, stepping forward with practiced corporate concern, her heels making a confident click against the pavement that contrasted with her increasingly desperate position. Sunstream Airways takes medical accommodations extremely seriously. This incident represents a deviation from our established protocols. With respect, Ms. Williams, Olivia interrupted firmly, her academic credentials providing authority that corporate titles couldn't match. The Bennett Foundation's quarterly reviews of passenger complaints reveal 17 similar incidents involving diabetic passengers in the past year alone. This isn't a deviation, it's a pattern. Williams faltered, unprepared for the Foundation's internal data to be cited so specifically in a public forum. The soft gasp from nearby reporters indicated they recognized the significance of this revelation. The fact that Zoe Bennett had access to and had been monitoring discrimination complaints against Sunstream created a narrative of corporate negligence that transcended the single incident. The most troubling aspect, Jamos added, his deep voice carrying effortlessly to the gathered crowd, is that these medical accommodation failures disproportionately affect passengers of color, as documented in Sunstream's own internal equity audits that were mandated by the Bennett Foundation's investment agreement, but whose results were never publicly released. The systematic dismantling of Sunstream's corporate narrative continued as Olivia outlined her medical recommendations for policy changes, each point delivered with the precise cadence of an experienced medical lecturer. First, all cabin crew should receive mandatory training in recognizing and responding to common medical conditions like diabetes. Second, medical accommodations should be treated as safety requirements, not customer preferences. Third, airlines should implement verification systems to ensure medical needs are actually met, not just noted in a computer system. As the medical experts continued their assessment, the soft electronic sounds of media transmission ensured their words reached audiences far beyond Boston Logan. The story was evolving beyond a viral social media moment into a comprehensive examination of corporate negligence, systemic discrimination, and patient safety failures, each dimension adding regulatory, legal, and financial consequences that Sunstream's crisis team had never anticipated when a single flight attendant decided 3 Black children should share one meal. Vanessa's exposure. Vanessa Reynolds tried to slip quietly through employee exits at Boston Logan, her uniform partially concealed beneath a hastily donned jacket. The soft rustle of fabric betrayed her nervous movements as she attempted to become invisible among the crowd. Sunstream security had instructed her to avoid public areas and media contact, but the terminal's unusual activity made invisibility impossible. The fluorescent lighting seemed particularly harsh, offering no shadows in which to hide. As she rounded the corner toward ground transportation, The unavoidable reality confronted her. Airport monitors displayed her face captured from passenger videos, accompanying breaking news about discrimination on Flight 447. The electronic hum of the screens created an ambient reminder of her exposure as CNN's headline scrolled beneath her image. Flight attendant under investigation after racist comments caught on video. Vanessa froze, watching her own words captioned on screens throughout the terminal. That's how most of you people eat anyway. The soft gasp that escaped her lips drew attention from nearby travelers, creating the exact visibility she had hoped to avoid. A nearby passenger recognized her despite the jacket, his double take turning into open staring. That's her. That's the flight attendant from the videos. The excitement in his voice caused heads to turn immediately, electronic devices appearing from pockets and purses with remarkable speed. Within seconds, phones created a constellation of recording lights, documenting her stunned reaction to her own sudden infamy. "I never said those things," Vanessa protested reflexively, her voice higher than normal with rising panic. "The videos are edited. This is a misunderstanding." Her hands made small defensive gestures that contradicted her words, the soft sounds of her nervous breathing audible to those closest to her. Her denial collided with reality as a nearby monitor showed a compilation of footage from multiple angles, each capturing her exact words and dismissive body language from different perspectives. The surround sound effect of her own voice repeating the discriminatory statement from various recordings created an audio echo that made further denial impossible. The evidence was overwhelming and irrefutable, preserved from every possible angle. Thomas Prescott emerged from the same exit, having completed his incident report with Sunstream Management. The soft squeak of his polished shoes on the terminal floor announced his presence. Unlike Vanessa, he approached the situation with accountability rather than denial, his posture straight and his expression resolute. "These videos aren't edited," he stated clearly, both to Vanessa and the gathering onlookers, his voice carrying the authority of first-hand witness. "I was there. I witnessed it, and I've provided my official statement, confirming exactly what happened." Vanessa turned to him, betrayal flashing across her features, the overhead lighting highlighting her shock. "We've worked together for years." "Thomas, how could you? How could I tell the truth?" Thomas interrupted, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with her growing agitation. "Because it's the right thing to do. Because what you did was wrong on every level." The simple moral clarity of his statement created a moment of silence among observers. The only sounds the ambient terminal noises and the soft electronic hum of continuing documentation. Sunstream's Human Resources Director arrived, flanked by corporate security, their purposeful strides creating a sharp contrast to Vanessa's uncertain movements. "Ms. Reynolds, please come with us immediately. We need to move you to a private location." The gentle but firm hand on her elbow offered no real choice in the matter, as they escorted her away from public view. Vanessa's phone buzzed with notifications, the soft vibration against her pocket creating another layer of intrusion. Friends and family were messaging about the viral videos, colleagues expressing shock or distancing themselves, social media tags multiplying by the minute. Her 20-year career was imploding in real time, broadcast across screens nationwide, the electronic evidence spreading faster than any defense she might construct. In the private room, the fluorescent lighting seemed even harsher, creating unflattering shadows that matched her growing despair. The HR director's expression was grave, her tablet making a soft electronic sound as she accessed confidential files. "We've received authorization to access your personnel file remotely." The statement carried ominous implications. Emergency access protocols were reserved for the most serious situations. "This is ridiculous," Vanessa insisted, pacing the small room, her heels creating a nervous rhythm against the floor. It was one interaction that's being blown completely out of proportion. Her hands gestured emphatically, betraying the anxiety her words attempted to minimize. "Your file shows 7 previous complaints about discriminatory service in the past 18 months. The director continued, ignoring her protest, the tablet's soft glow illuminating her concerned expression. "All were classified as unsubstantiated or customer misunderstandings, but the pattern is clear and troubling." Security Officer Jenkins, a veteran employee who had known Vanessa for years, shook his head sadly, his name badge catching the light as he shifted position. "There's something else you should know. The passenger you discriminated against, Dr. Bennett, is the CEO of Sunstream's largest individual investor. The Bennett Foundation owns 22% of this airline. The color drained from Vanessa's face as she finally understood the magnitude of her actions, the soft sound of her breathing becoming more rapid as panic set in. That's impossible. They were just what? Jenkins asked quietly, his deep voice carrying genuine curiosity rather than accusation. Just a black family who shouldn't be in first class, just passengers you could mistreat without consequences. The questions hung in the air, the only sound the soft hum of the ventilation system. For the first time, genuine fear replaced Vanessa's defensive posture, her shoulders slumping as reality fully registered. What's going to happen to me? The vulnerability in her voice contrasted sharply with the authoritative tone she had used with the Bennett family hours earlier. The HR director's response was clinical, tablet making a soft electronic sound as she reviewed termination protocols. You've been placed on immediate administrative leave pending investigation. Your employee access has been suspended. Your union has been notified of potential termination proceedings for cause. No termination. But my union contract. The rising panic in Vanessa's voice created a slight echo in the small room. Your union contract specifically excludes protection for discriminatory behavior that creates medical risk. The director interrupted, her fingers scrolling to the relevant section on her tablet. The diabetic child whose meal you denied experienced documented hypoglycemia as a direct result of your actions. As this reality sank in, Vanessa attempted a different approach, her tone shifting to pleading. Look, I made a mistake. I was tired. We were short-staffed. I didn't see the medical accommodation note. The medical alert was highlighted in yellow on your passenger manifest, Thomas stated flatly. Having joined them in the room, the soft rustle of papers accompanied his statement as he produced the document. The same manifest you checked when serving the Wilson family their individual meals. Vanessa's phone buzzed again, this time with a news alert showing the Bennett Foundation's formal statement announcing complete divestiture from Sunstream Airways with $47 million in penalties. The soft electronic sound seemed to punctuate her personal catastrophe with corporate consequences. The company is collapsing because of you, Jenkins said quietly, his tone more sorrowful than accusatory. Stock down over 40% and falling. The board is in emergency session. Jobs, thousands of them, are at risk. This final piece of information broke through Vanessa's defensive wall. 20 years of building a career, a pension nearly secured, colleagues who depended on the airline's stability, all potentially destroyed by 18 careless words spoken in a moment of unchecked bias. The soft sound of her breathing changed as the full impact registered. I didn't mean to, she began, her voice trailing off as she confronted the inadequacy of any explanation. The soft ticking of the wall clock, counting seconds of silence, emphasized the finality of her situation. Intent doesn't matter, the HR director stated firmly, closing her tablet with a soft click that sounded like a judge's gavel. Impact does, and the impact of your actions extends far beyond one family, one flight, or even one airline. You've potentially changed industry standards for how discrimination is addressed. As Vanessa struggled to process these consequences, her phone displayed one final notification, a message from her teenage daughter that created the most personal dimension of accountability. Mom, is that you in these videos everyone's sharing? Please tell me it's not. The soft sound of the message alert seemed to finally break through any remaining denial. The personal cost of her public exposure finally registered completely. Not just her career, but her reputation, her family relationships. Her entire identity was now irrevocably linked to this moment of exposed discrimination. What can I do? She asked, her voice barely audible. All previous defiance replaced with the quiet recognition of irreversible consequences. Nothing at this point, the HR director replied, her tone softening slightly with genuine human concern. The company will issue a statement distancing itself from your actions. You'll be required to surrender your credentials before leaving the airport. Legal counsel will contact you regarding next steps. Thomas, who had watched this unfolding with complex emotions evident in his expression, offered the only constructive path forward. You can tell the truth, Vanessa. Not excuses or justifications. The actual truth about what happened and why. It won't save your job, but it might salvage something more important. As Vanessa was escorted to a side exit to avoid further media exposure, the contrast between her morning confidence and current devastation couldn't have been starker. The soft footsteps of the security team flanking her provided rhythm to her departure. The flight attendant who had wielded arbitrary power over 3 young boys now found herself powerless, exposed, and accountable in ways she had never anticipated when she decided those children weren't deserving of equal treatment. The Foundation Revelation media had gathered in unprecedented numbers outside Boston Logan's Terminal C as rumors spread about an imminent statement from Dr. Zoe Bennett. The soft electronic hum of broadcast equipment created an ambient soundtrack to the anticipation. Network cameras lined up alongside social media influencers, financial reporters positioned beside civil rights correspondents, all sensing that this story had transcended typical discrimination incidents to become something historically significant. At precisely 1:30 p.m., Zoe emerged from the terminal flanked by the Fosters and a woman newly arrived on the scene, Dr. Angela Washington, the Bennett Foundation's chief investment officer. Her stylish gray suit and confident stride immediately communicated institutional authority. The triplets remained inside, protected from the media circus while receiving care from pediatric specialists the Fosters had arranged. The soft murmur of recognition rippled through the gathered crowd as Zoe approached. Zoe approached the hastily assembled podium with measured confidence, her composed demeanor a stark contrast to the frenetic energy surrounding her. The soft tap of the microphone being adjusted created momentary feedback before settling into proper amplification. When she spoke, her voice carried the precise authority that had built a multi-billion-dollar foundation from scratch. Good afternoon, I am Dr. Zoe Bennett, founder and CEO of the Bennett Medical Research Foundation. The simple introduction sent ripples through the gathered crowd. Those who hadn't yet connected the dots suddenly understood why this discrimination incident had triggered such unprecedented corporate response. The soft sounds of realization, whispers, gasps, electronic keyboard clicks, created an audio representation of the narrative shifting. Through various investment vehicles and partnership agreements, Zoe continued, her voice maintaining perfect modulation despite the gravity of her statement, the Bennett Foundation controls 22% of Sunstream Airways' outstanding shares, making us the largest individual investor in this company. Financial reporters immediately began typing on phones and tablets, the soft electronic sounds of their devices creating a digital chorus as they shared this confirmation with markets that were already responding with accelerated selling pressure on Sunstream stock. The afternoon sunlight caught Zoe's grandmother's watch as she gestured, the gold creating a momentary flash that cameras captured. 3 years ago, we invested $180 million in Sunstream Airways with specific contractual requirements regarding anti-discrimination policies, diversity initiatives, and equitable service standards. This investment wasn't merely financial. It represented a commitment to transforming corporate culture in the travel industry. Zoe paused, allowing the significance to register. The only sounds the ambient and airport noises and the soft electronic clicks of cameras documenting this pivotal moment. Today, my 3 sons and I witnessed firsthand how completely that commitment has been betrayed. Dr. Byron Washington stepped forward with tablet in hand, adding institutional weight to the personal testimony. Her heels made a confident rhythm against the pavement as she positioned herself beside Zoe. The Bennett Foundation's investment agreement with Sunstream Airways contains specific provisions regarding discrimination. Section 7.3, 2 states, material breaches of anti-discrimination policies constitute automatic trigger events, allowing immediate divestiture with penalty provisions. She continued with the clinical precision of someone executing long-planned contingency protocols, the tablet's screen catching sunlight as she referenced specific data. Based on today's documented incident, combined with Sunstream's failure to address 47 similar complaints over the past 12 months, the Foundation's investment committee has unanimously authorized complete divestiture with full penalties. Financial implications rippled through the audience, the announcement effectively placing a $227 million price tag on a flight attendant's casual racism $180 million divestiture, plus $47 million in penalties. The soft sounds of financial reporters calling in updates created an urgent background to the formal statement. Zoe resumed speaking, her focus shifting from financial to moral accountability. her voice taking on additional warmth when referencing her children. But this situation extends beyond contractual violations. What my sons experienced today, being told to share food they paid for individually while watching white children receive preferential service, then being told that they should know their place and that that's how most of you people eat it anyway. That's about a corporate culture that sees some children as less deserving than others. She gestured toward the terminal where top Sunstream executives remain sequestered in crisis meetings, the building's glass facade reflecting afternoon sunlight. Most troublingly, Sunstream's leadership responded with urgency only after discovering our identity and financial leverage. Their reaction reveals the fundamental problem, believing that some passengers deserve dignity while others must earn it. Catherine Williams, who had been watching from the periphery, visibly flinched at this accurate assessment of the company's selective urgency. The soft sound of her phone continuing to deliver bad news provided audio confirmation of corporate collapse. Dr. Washington provided additional context that transformed the incident from isolated occurrence to systemic pattern, her professional tone adding scholarly weight to damning statistics. The Foundation's quarterly reviews of passenger complaints reveal that Black passengers on Sunstream flights are 4.7 times more likely to experience service denials than white passengers in the same class. Passengers with documented medical needs from minority communities wait an average of 22 minutes longer for accommodations than their white counterparts. These statistics, drawn directly from Sunstream's internal data that the investment agreement had given the Foundation access to, created audible reactions from the assembled media. The soft gasps and increased electronic sounds of documentation confirmed that what had begun as a viral incident was evolving into a comprehensive exposure of institutional discrimination that the airline had documented but failed to address. Zoe's conclusion was measured but uncompromising. Each point delivered with perfect clarity, effective immediately. The Bennett Foundation is divesting all holdings in Sunstream Airways, triggering contractual penalties for material breach, withdrawing from all partnership programs, recommending that all socially responsible investment funds remove Sunstream from their portfolios. The financial consequences would be devastating, not just the immediate penalties, but the cascade of institutional investors likely to follow the Foundation's lead. The soft electronic sounds of trading alerts continued in the background, creating a digital soundtrack to the corporate accountability being established. More importantly, Tim, Zoe added, her voice softening slightly, the change in tone drawing additional attention. We are reallocating those resources to airline companies that demonstrate genuine commitment to treating all passengers with dignity, regardless of race, medical needs, or background. She looked directly into the cameras, her message extending beyond Sunstream to the entire corporate world. Her eyes carrying the intensity that multiple degrees and billions in managed assets couldn't fully convey without the personal experience that had triggered this moment. Equal treatment isn't an aspirational goal or a marketing slogan. It's a fundamental expectation that companies either meet or face consequences. The Bennett Foundation will continue using our investment power to create accountability where internal corporate processes have failed. As questions erupted from the assembled media, creating a cacophony of overlapping voices and raised hands, Dr. Washington fielded the financial inquiries while Zoe addressed those focused on the human impact. The seamless partnership demonstrated the Foundation's approach, combining moral authority with financial leverage to create change that voluntary commitments had failed to achieve. One reporter called out, her voice rising above others, "Dr. Bennett, what message do you want your sons to take from this experience?" Zoe's expression softened momentarily, revealing the mother beneath the corporate power broker. The afternoon light caught the gold of her grandmother's watch as she adjusted her position. "I want them to remember this moment, not because of how they were treated, but because of how we responded. We didn't get angry. We didn't make scenes. We simply refused to accept that treatment that is normal or acceptable, and we used our voice and power to ensure other children won't face the same cruelty." This human moment, the essence of a mother protecting not just her children, but all children who might face similar discrimination, transformed what could have been merely a corporate accountability story into something more profound, a lesson in how power, when wielded with precision and purpose, could create meaningful change beyond individual justice. As Sunstream executives watched helplessly from inside the terminal, their silhouettes visible behind glass doors, The Bennett Foundation had demonstrated that in the modern corporate landscape, discrimination wasn't just morally wrong, it was financially catastrophic. The $227 million price tag on Vanessa Reynolds' casual racism would ensure that boardrooms across America would be discussing this case study for decades to come. Parrot Wheat 5, the consequences. The reverberations from Flight 447 spread through Boston Logan International Airport like shockwaves, transforming normal travel routines into historic witness moments. News crews conducted impromptu interviews with arriving passengers, their boom microphones creating islands of focused sound amid the terminal's ambient noise. Social media influencers live-streamed reactions, their phones casting blue glow onto excited faces. Corporate representatives from competing airlines observed with a mixture of sympathy and strategic calculation, their hushed conversations creating an undercurrent of industry recalibration. At the center of this storm, Zoe Bennett maintained perfect composure as she fielded questions from national media outlets. The soft electronic sounds of cameras focusing and recorders capturing every word created a technical accompaniment to her measured responses. The triplets had rejoined her after receiving proper medical attention, standing beside their mother with the quiet dignity they had displayed throughout the ordeal. Noah's color had improved significantly, the medical intervention clearly effective. "Dr. Bennett," called a CNN correspondent. Microphone extended toward her. "Will you be pursuing civil rights charges beyond the financial penalties?" The Bennett Foundation believes in systemic solutions rather than individual punishment, Zoe replied, her hand resting protectively on Elijah's shoulder. "We'll cooperate fully with federal agencies investigating potential violations, but our focus is on industry-wide reform rather than isolated consequences." Isaiah, the artistic triplet whose sketches had documented the entire incident, surprised everyone by stepping forward to the microphone. Despite being close to 10 years old, his clear voice carried remarkable confidence, the technical equipment amplifying his youthful wisdom. "Mom told us something important," he stated, his brothers nodding in agreement beside him, their matching navy sweaters creating visual unity. "She said we don't have to share our food when we've earned our own, but we do share our voice to help other people who might be treated badly." 2. The simple wisdom from a child created a powerful moment that cameras captured from multiple angles, the soft electronic sounds of focusing lenses ensuring this statement would be preserved. Elijah added, stepping slightly forward, his natural leadership evident. "When something unfair happens, you can fix it without being mean back." Noah, whose medical situation had elevated the incident from discrimination to endangerment, completed the thought with quiet certainty. "And you should always help people who can't help themselves." His glucose monitor, visible at his wrist, beeped softly as if providing technical affirmation of his recovery. The boy's composed eloquence, clearly influenced by their mother's guidance, transformed what could have been a purely corporate story into something more humanly resonant. Their ability to articulate lessons from trauma, rather than simply displaying victimhood, made them instantly symbolic of dignity under pressure. Outside the airport, the financial markets were responding with unprecedented volatility. Trading screens throughout the terminal displayed Sunstream Airways stock in freefall, the electronic numbers updating with alarming rapidity. Opening price $37.42, current price $14.85 down, 60.3%. Trading volume 27x normal market cap reduction, $3.2 billion in less than 4 hours. Financial analysts providing live commentary struggled to find historical parallels for such rapid value destruction triggered by a single discrimination incident. The soft hum of CNBC's broadcast provided background to one expert's assessment. "We're witnessing the Bennett effect," explained the correspondent, gesturing toward real-time trading charts. "The market is pricing in not just the immediate divestiture penalties, but the likelihood of cascading institutional withdrawals, potential civil rights litigation, and fundamental brand damage." Inside Sunstream's crisis center, the executive team received increasingly dire updates, each notification ping creating a soundtrack of accelerating consequences. "Emergency board meeting has been moved up to 3 p.m., reported the corporate secretary, tablet making soft electronic sounds as she checked schedules. Several institutional investors have issued statements of concern. Class action litigation firms are already soliciting plaintiffs among minority passengers who experience similar discrimination. Catherine Williams, whose carefully constructed corporate persona had crumbled under Zoe Bennett's precise questioning, stared at her phone as messages poured in from board members demanding explanations and action plans. The soft vibration of continuous notifications created a physical manifestation of accountability. "How could we not know?" One texted, "22% of our company owned by a foundation that specifically monitors discrimination, and we still allowed this to happen." Meanwhile, the Bennett family prepared to depart the airport with the Fosters. Their vacation plans remained intact, a deliberate choice that Zoe had explained to reporters. "We won't allow discrimination to determine where we go or how we experience the world." The soft sounds of their luggage wheels against terminal flooring created a rhythm of normalized continuity despite extraordinary circumstances. As they moved toward the exit, Dr. Angela Washington provided one final update on the Foundation's actions, her tablet displaying real-time data on financial consequences. "We've already initiated conversations with 2 competing airlines about potential investment partnerships built around verified equity practices. The $180 million withdrawn from Sunstream won't sit idle. It will find new homes where accountability matches promises." This announcement sent immediate ripples through the industry, the soft electronic pings of stock alerts confirming market response. Delta Airlines' stock jumped 4% within minutes, while American and United both issued hasty statements about their commitment to equitable service standards. The speed of corporate adaptation demonstrated how quickly priorities could shift when financial incentives aligned with ethical imperatives. Sofia Rodriguez, whose live-stream documentation had been crucial to the accountability process, approached the Bennett family before their departure. The soft electronic sounds of her still active stream created background to this meeting of 2 key figures in the unfolding story. "Dr. Bennett, would you be willing to participate in a follow-up feature about how families can document and respond to discrimination while traveling?" Zoe nodded appreciatively, recognizing the young journalist's contribution. "Absolutely. The Bennett Foundation will be launching a digital accountability initiative next month, training travelers in proper documentation of bias incidents. We'd welcome your involvement given your excellent work today." The partnership between established institutional power and emerging digital accountability represented a new model for civil rights advocacy, combining traditional financial leverage with contemporary documentation tools. The soft sound of business cards being exchanged formalized this alliance. As the immediate aftermath unfolded, competing narratives emerged across media platforms. Conservative business outlets framed the situation as corporate governance failure and investor relations disaster, while progressive sources emphasized systemic racism exposed and accountability through documentation. But all converged on one undeniable conclusion: the corporate landscape had shifted fundamentally in the span of a single flight. What made this case different from countless undocumented discrimination incidents was the perfect alignment of moral authority, financial leverage, medical expertise, and digital evidence, all converging to create not just individual justice, but the potential for lasting systemic change. As the Bennett family finally departed Logan Airport, 3 resilient young boys and their remarkable mother, they left behind an airport, an airline, and potentially an entire industry, forever transformed by their dignified response to a moment of casual cruelty at 37,000 feet. The soft closing of their car doors provided gentle punctuation to this chapter of the unfolding story, but the consequences would continue to reverberate long after they had gone. Corporate collapse, Sunstream Airways' gleaming corporate headquarters, usually a symbol of travel industry success, transformed into crisis command. Central as the 24-hour timeline of consequences unfolded with devastating precision, Hour 1 financial hemorrhaging Sunstream Airways stock triggered its third circuit breaker of the day, temporarily halting trading after plummeting more than 60%. The electronic bell indicating trading suspension echoed through financial institutions nationwide. Institutional investors, pension funds, index managers, and mutual funds issued urgent statements distancing themselves from the company. The soft electronic sounds of withdrawal orders created a digital exodus of capital. The Bennett Foundation's divestiture had created a domino effect, with socially responsible investment funds particularly quick to follow suit. We're looking at approximately $2 billion in market capitalization erased in less than 4 hours, reported the chief financial officer to the emergency board meeting. His tie loosened and voice strained with stress. This exceeds the impact of our 2020 pandemic losses, which occurred over 6 months rather than a single afternoon. Board Chair Elizabeth Dalton, joining virtually from Paris, was blunt, her accented voice carrying clear through the video connection. How did we accept $180 million from a foundation with specific anti-discrimination requirements, then allow exactly that discrimination to occur? The soft electronic sounds of other board members shifting uncomfortably provided background to her pointed question. Richard Garcia had no adequate response. The CEO's usual corporate confidence had evaporated entirely as screens around the boardroom displayed real-time financial destruction, the red numbers creating a crimson glow that seemed to physically color the room. Hour 3, Legal Avalanche. The first class action lawsuit was filed by 3:15 p.m., a remarkably swift legal response enabled by digital evidence and Sunstream's own internal data. The soft electronic ping of the court filing system confirmed the legal action, creating another layer of consequence. Civil rights attorney Michael Richardson announced the litigation via live stream, his confident voice carrying additional impact through digital amplification. Today, we filed suit on behalf of 67 minority passengers who experienced documented discrimination on Sunstream flights. The Bennett incident wasn't isolated. It was the predictable result of systematic failure to address biased treatment despite contractual commitments to do so. By 5:00 p.m., 3 additional lawsuits had been filed, each citing specific instances of discriminatory service affecting passengers with medical needs, families with children, and elderly travelers from minority communities. The soft sounds of printers producing legal documents created a paper trail of accountability that would follow Sunstream for years. Sunstream's legal counsel delivered the sobering assessment to increasingly panicked executives, her voice carrying the measured tone of someone confirming inevitable disaster. The Bennett case created perfect precedent for these claims. Their foundation's access to our internal data through the investment agreement has provided plaintiffs with documentation we cannot dispute. Hour 6, Regulatory Intervention. The Department of Transportation announced a formal investigation into Sunstream's handling of medical accommodations, citing NOAA's diabetes situation as a potential violation of federal accessibility requirements. The official press release created immediate additional stock pressure. Airlines have specific obligations to honor documented medical needs, stated Transportation Secretary Rodriguez, the official letterhead adding institutional weight to the announcement. Failure to provide confirmed meals to passengers with diabetes raises serious safety concerns beyond the obvious discrimination issues. The Federal Aviation Administration followed with its own investigation announcement focused on crew training adequacy and safety protocol compliance. The dual federal actions created additional compliance costs and reporting burdens at the worst possible moment. The soft sounds of regulators' phones ringing constantly as tips about additional incidents poured in. Hour 12, Board Revolt. The emergency board meeting reconvened at midnight, the soft glow of emergency lighting creating dramatic shadows as exhausted executives presented increasingly desperate scenarios. Richard Garcia presented a damage control strategy that board members immediately rejected as inadequate. The soft sounds of dismissive paper shuffling indicating the complete loss of confidence. This isn't a PR problem, Director James Williams stated firmly, his voice carrying the authority of someone representing major institutional investors. It's an existential threat requiring immediate leadership change and structural transformation. The soft tapping of his pen against the polished table emphasized each word. The vote was unanimous. Garcia would step down effective immediately. Catherine Williams, despite her role in the crisis response, was similarly removed from leadership. Thomas Prescott, surprisingly, was named to the transition team based on his honest reporting of the incident. His willingness to prioritize truth over colleague loyalty identified as essential to rebuilding trust. "We need truth tellers, not image managers," explained Dalton, the soft shuffling of organizational charts indicating the complete leadership overhaul underway. The company's survival depends on authentic change, not managed perceptions. Hour 18, Employee Exodus. By the following morning, Sunstream's Human Resources Department reported concerning patterns 37 executives had updated LinkedIn profiles overnight. 3 department heads had submitted resignations, and crew scheduling was dealing with unprecedented sick call volumes. The soft electronic sounds of employment databases updating created a digital representation of institutional collapse. The corporate culture is collapsing from within, observed the interim HR director, her voice carrying the resignation of someone witnessing inevitable decline. Employees are either distancing themselves professionally or expressing their values by refusing to represent the company. And social media monitoring revealed dozens of Sunstream employees anonymously sharing their own observations of discriminatory practices, creating a crowdsourced expose that further damaged public perception. The soft pings of viral engagement metrics track the internal collapse, becoming external evidence. Our 24 bankruptcy whispers. Financial analysts began openly discussing bankruptcy scenarios as Sunstream's bond rating was downgraded to junk status. The electronic sounds of credit alerts echoed through financial institutions nationwide. Credit lines that the airline depended on for operational liquidity were suddenly under review, with several banks indicating potential termination of financing arrangements. We're facing a liquidity crisis within 72 hours if this trajectory continues, the CFO warned the interim leadership team, spreadsheets creating ominous projections on wall-mounted screens. Customer cancellations have spiked 1,200% overnight. Corporate accounts are invoking ethics clauses to terminate relationships. The Bennett effect has become an extinction-level event. Meanwhile, across town, the Bennett family continued their planned vacation with the Fosters, deliberately distancing themselves from the corporate implosion they had triggered. The soft sounds of children's laughter at the Boston Science Museum created a striking contrast to the crisis atmosphere at Sunstream headquarters. Zoe had made her position clear before leaving the airport. This isn't about punishing one company. It's about creating accountability standards for an entire industry. Sunstream's fate will be determined by how thoroughly they embrace transformation, not by how effectively they manage public relations. The contrasting scenes could not have been starker. Corporate headquarters in chaos while three young boys explored museum exhibits with their mother and godparents, their dignity intact, their vacation continuing as planned, their impact on corporate America already historic. The soft mechanical sounds of museum displays provided a soundtrack to normalize childhood joy that had been temporarily interrupted but not permanently damaged. What made the collapse particularly remarkable was its origin, not financial malfeasance or product failure, but a flight attendant's decision that three Black children didn't deserve equal treatment. The cascading consequences demonstrated how completely the accountability landscape had shifted in an era of digital documentation, investment leverage, and moral clarity. As day two began, interim CEO Laura Simmons, hastily promoted from operations, gathered the surviving executive team for a brutal assessment, the soft sounds of nervous breathing providing background to her stark analysis. Our company can survive, but not as the organization we've been. Everything must change. Leadership, training, accountability systems, corporate values. We've lost the right to gradual improvement. Now we transform or perish. The soft electronic ping of trading resumption signaled the beginning of another day of financial consequences. With markets preparing to render verdict on whether Sunstream's transformation commitments were credible or merely performative, the distinction between survival and extinction hanging on this assessment of corporate authenticity. Personal consequences. Vanessa Reynolds' downward spiral. The disciplinary hearing lasted exactly 17 minutes, the minimum time required by union rules. The soft tick of the wall clock counted down seconds of professional extinction as Sunstream Airways' termination of Vanessa Reynolds with cause was formalized by sunset on the day of the incident, the speed reflecting both the severity of her actions and the company's desperate attempt to distance itself from her behavior. Your employment is terminated effective immediately, stated the HR representative, sliding termination papers across the table with a soft rustle of legal finality. This action is based on documented violation of anti-discrimination policies, medical negligence, and actions causing material harm to the company. Vanessa's 20-year career ended with the stroke of a pen, her employee credentials collected with a soft clink as they were dropped into a security bin, her access to company systems immediately revoked. The financial implications were devastating. Termination with cause eliminated severance benefits, pension considerations, and continuing healthcare coverage. The soft sound of her signature acknowledging receipt created the final official record of her Sunstream employment. As she exited through employee back channels, a security escort ensuring she avoided media contact, The full personal consequences were just beginning to materialize. Her phone had become a portal to public condemnation, the soft, continuous vibration of notifications creating a physical reminder of social collapse. Social media accounts flooded with messages ranging from criticism to outright harassment, each ping representing another judgment. Neighborhood community groups discussing the flight attendant from the news, her local standing crumbling as quickly as her professional identity, former colleagues publicly distancing themselves with statements disavowing her actions. Her daughter's heartbreaking text, "Mom, kids at school are asking if you're a racist." By the following morning, her landlord had called expressing concerns about the situation, the careful language thinly veiling the implication that her tenancy might be reconsidered, the soft hesitation in his voice communicating the social contamination that now accompanied her name. The local nurses association, Vanessa had maintained her nursing license while working as a flight attendant, issued a statement that they were reviewing the incident for potential ethical violations. 48 hours after casually telling 3 Black children they didn't deserve individual meals, Vanessa Reynolds found herself unemployed, socially isolated, and facing potential professional blacklisting beyond aviation. The soft sounds of her apartment, normally a sanctuary, now seemed hollow as she contemplated a future defined by a single moment of exposed bias. Thomas Prescott's different path. Thomas Prescott's decision to document truth rather than protect a colleague created an entirely different trajectory. The soft ping of his email notification announced a meeting request from interim leadership, not for disciplinary action, but for consultation on rebuilding trust. His honest incident report and willingness to testify about what actually occurred established him as someone with integrity during Sunstream's darkest hour. When interim CEO Laura Simmons assembled her transition team, Thomas received an unexpected call, the phone's soft ring heralding opportunity rather than consequence. "We're creating a flight attendant diversity committee with authority to rewrite training protocols and service standards. Your actions during the Bennett incident demonstrated exactly the values we need to rebuild around." His promotion from senior flight attendant to committee leadership came with substantial responsibility and commensurate compensation increase, the soft rustle of his new contract papers providing tangible evidence of moral courage rewarded. More importantly, it positioned him to transform the culture that had allowed discrimination to flourish despite official policies prohibiting it. "I didn't do anything special," Thomas told his partner that evening, the soft domestic sounds of their dinner preparation providing comfort after extraordinary professional upheaval. "I just told the truth about what happened." It's strange how rare that seems to be in corporate America. His first official act was establishing anonymous reporting channels for crew members to document discriminatory behavior they witnessed without fear of retaliation, creating internal accountability mechanisms to complement the external pressure from investors and regulators. The soft electronic sounds of the new system coming online represented structural change catalyzed by individual integrity. Sofia Rodriguez's rising platform. Sofia Rodriguez returned to her Columbia journalism program to find her social media following had exploded overnight, from 246,000 to 1 to 8 million across platforms. The soft, continuous ping of notifications created a symphony of digital validation. Her live stream documentation of Flight 447 had transformed her from student journalist to recognized authority on digital accountability. Media requests filled her inbox: CNN, MSNBC, and major print publications seeking interviews about her role in documenting the incident. The soft electronic sounds of her constantly vibrating phone represented career acceleration beyond anything she could have anticipated when boarding Flight 447. Academic journals requested articles on citizen documentation as civil rights tool. Book agents inquired about potential memoir rights. But the most significant opportunity came directly from Zoe Bennett, the email notification creating a pivotal professional moment. "The foundation would like to offer you a fellowship position leading our digital accountability initiative. Your work on Flight 447 demonstrated precisely the approach we want to develop and scale." The fellowship included substantial funding, research support, and the opportunity to develop training programs teaching citizens how to effectively document discrimination in ways that created meaningful accountability rather than merely viral moments. The soft sounds of her acceptance email being composed represented a partnership between established institutional power and emerging digital methodology. What made your coverage different? Zoe explained during their initial meeting in the Foundation's elegant conference room, the soft ambient sounds creating a professional atmosphere. Was your focus on systematic documentation rather than emotional escalation? You created evidence rather than just content. Sophia's acceptance of the fellowship position created a powerful partnership between institutional leverage and emerging digital methodologies, a model for how traditional civil rights approaches could evolve in a connected age. The soft sounds of their collaborative planning session represented generational alliance in service of accountability. The Flight 447 passengers, the Wilson family who had witnessed the discrimination from across the aisle, processed their experience in ways that reflected broader social reckonings. The soft sounds of their family dinner created space for meaningful conversation about moral responsibility. Mrs. Wilson initiated difficult family discussions about why they had hesitated before speaking up. "We saw something wrong happening in real time," she told her children during dinner that evening, the soft clink of silverware punctuating her reflection. "And we didn't say anything until it was already escalating. That's something we need to learn from." Mr. Wilson, whose initial reluctance to get involved had given way to eventual testimony, found himself reflecting on patterns of silence that enabled discrimination. "I was worried about creating a scene," he admitted to his wife as they prepared for bed, the soft domestic sounds of their routine continuing despite the extraordinary day. "But my silence was actually supporting the wrong side." Their children, who had offered their desserts to Noah during his glucose crisis, demonstrated the natural empathy that adults often unlearn through socialization. "They were just kids like us," their daughter observed, the simple clarity of childhood cutting through adult rationalizations. Why would anyone treat them differently? Dr. Rebecca Taylor, the pediatrician who had intervened during Noah's medical situation, incorporated the experience into her professional practice. The soft tapping of her keyboard created a medical travel safety workshop specifically addressing discrimination risks for patients with chronic conditions. What I witnessed on that flight revealed how quickly bias can transform from inconvenience to medical endangerment. She explained to colleagues during a hospital presentation, her slides showing anonymized data from Noah's glucose monitor. "As healthcare providers, we need to prepare our patients to advocate effectively when systems fail them." Each personal consequence, from Vanessa's downfall to Sophia's rise, from Thomas's ethical choice to the Wilson self-examination, represented different facets of accountability cascading from a single discriminatory act. The ripple effects demonstrated how completely patterns of behavior could shift when documentation, consequences, and public attention aligned to create both individual justice and systemic pressure for change. The Triplets experience. Isaiah Bennett sat cross-legged on his godparents' living room floor, colored pencils spread around him as he worked intensely on his sketchbook. The soft scratch of graphite and colored pencils against paper created a soothing rhythm in the quiet afternoon. His drawings had evolved from simple documentation of the flight incident to more complex emotional representations. Vanessa's face contorted with bias, his brother Noah checking his glucose monitor, his mother's calm strength as she confronted corporate executives. The colored pencils created vivid contrasts, the warm brown of their skin against the cool blues of the airplane cabin, the harsh lines of confrontation against the gentle curves of familial support. Each image captured both the visual reality and emotional truth of their experience. "These are really powerful, Isaiah," Dr. Olivia Foster observed, looking over his shoulder at the detailed artwork, her soft voice carrying genuine appreciation. "You've captured how everyone was feeling, not just what they were doing." Isaiah nodded seriously, the afternoon light from the bay window highlighting his focused expression. "Mom says art tells the truth about moments better than just words sometimes." His small fingers adjusted the angle of his sketchbook, the paper making a soft sound as it shifted against his lap. Across the room, Elijah was organizing a presentation for their school's upcoming assembly. The soft tap of his fingers against a tablet created a digital counterpoint to Isaiah's analog creation. Always the most strategic of the triplets, he had transformed their experience into a teaching opportunity, creating slides about dignity under pressure that outlined step-by-step approaches to handling discrimination. "First, stay calm and document everything," he explained to James Foster, who was helping him refine his points, the soft electronic sounds of slides advancing punctuating his explanation. Second, know your rights and state them clearly. Third, focus on systems, not just people. His godfather smiled at the precocious analysis, the leather couch making a soft sound as he shifted position. You sound exactly like your mother. Where did you learn to think this way at 10 years old? Elijah's response carried wisdom beyond his years, delivered with the straightforward clarity of childhood. Mom's been teaching us our whole lives. She says we have to understand how the world works to change it. Noah, whose medical situation had elevated the incident from discrimination to endangerment, was engaged in a video call with other diabetic children, an online support group that the Fosters had connected him with. The soft, electronic sounds of the tablet speakers carried young voices sharing experiences. His medical emergency had already become a teaching moment about advocacy. Always bring backup glucose tablets, he advised the group seriously. His continuous glucose monitor visible on his wrist, its readings now stable at 107 mmHg. And make sure your family knows exactly what to do if your sugar drops. An 11-year-old girl from Chicago asked, curiosity evident in her voice. Were you scared when the flight attendant wouldn't give you food? Noah considered the question thoughtfully, the soft sounds of his brother's activities creating background to his reflection. Not scared exactly. I knew Mom would fix it. I was more disappointed, like, why would someone not let me eat just because of how I look? The simplicity of his question, cutting through adult rationalizations to the fundamental injustice, created a powerful moment that the support group moderator noted for their education materials. The soft sound of her keyboard capturing this insight for broader sharing. When Zoe returned from meetings with the Bennett Foundation team, the soft sound of the front door opening drawing the boys' immediate attention, she found her sons processing the experience in their distinct ways. Isaiah through art, Elijah through education, Noah through connection with peers facing similar challenges. Each approach reflected not just their individual personalities, but their collective resilience. How are my brave boys doing? She asked, gathering them for a group hug, the soft sounds of their affection creating a moment of family sanctuary amid extraordinary public attention. Mom, is the airline going to close because of what happened to us? Elijah asked, his strategic mind already considering broader implications. The tablet making a soft electronic sound as he set it aside. That depends on whether they make real changes or just pretend to, Zoe explained carefully, settling onto the couch with her sons gathered around her. What matters isn't punishing one company, but creating better systems everywhere. Isaiah showed her his latest drawing, a powerful image of the three brothers standing together while Vanessa pointed dismissively at them. The soft rustle of sketchbook pages turning revealed his artistic documentation of their experience. I'm going to call this First Class While Black, he announced, pride evident in his voice. Noah's question was more personal, his concern extending beyond himself. Mom, will the other flight attendant, the nice one who helped us, get in trouble too? No, sweetheart. Mr. Prescott did exactly what people should do when they see something wrong. He's actually being asked to help make things better. The soft sounds of Noah's glucose monitor beeping confirmed his continuing stability. Technology providing medical reassurance. Their school community had rallied around them with remarkable support. The soft ping of incoming messages on Zoe's phone represented continuous connection with their broader network. The principal had called personally to check on their well-being. Classmates had sent encouraging messages. Teachers had incorporated discussions about standing up to discrimination into their lessons, using age-appropriate frameworks that empowered rather than frightened young students. That evening, as the Foster household prepared dinner, the warm domestic sounds of meal preparation creating comfort after extraordinary events. A special delivery arrived, a package from the Bennett Foundation's communications team containing print copies of major newspapers. The soft thump of the package against the front door announced information that would become part of the boys' understanding of their experience's significance. The incident had made front-page coverage across the country, with headlines focusing on corporate accountability rather than victimhood. Bennett Foundation withdraws $180 lower investment after airline discrimination incident. Flight attendants' bias costs airline billions, the new economics of discrimination. Black families' dignity under pressure triggers corporate accountability revolution. Zoe gathered the boys around the kitchen table, spreading out the newspapers. the soft rustle of pages creating a tactile connection to the larger narrative. I want you to see something important. This isn't just about what happened to us. It's about changing systems so this happens less often to everyone. Isaiah studied the headlines thoughtfully, his artist's eye analyzing both text and imagery. They're not making us seem like victims. That's right, Zoe confirmed, pride evident in her voice. Because we're not victims, we're catalysts. Elijah, always focused on concrete action, asked the practical question that demonstrated his ability to maintain childhood priorities amid extraordinary circumstances. Are we still going to the Science Museum tomorrow? Absolutely, Zoe smiled, the warm kitchen light creating a gentle glow that matched the emotional warmth of the moment. We came to Boston for vacation, and that's exactly what we're going to have. We will never let discrimination determine where we go or what we experience. Noah, the most reflective of the triplets, offered the observation that would later be quoted in educational materials nationwide, his simple wisdom cutting through complexity. The flight attendant thought we didn't belong in first class, but the problem wasn't where we sat, it was how she thought. As the family continued their vacation, visiting museums, enjoying Boston's historic sites, spending quality time with the Fosters, they demonstrated perhaps the most powerful response to discrimination, refusing to let it define their experience or limit their joy. The soft sounds of normal childhood pleasure, laughter at exhibits, excited discoveries, bedtime stories, provided the true measure of resilience. The triplets' different processing styles, artistic, educational, and connective, revealed the complexity of children navigating bias while maintaining their essential dignity. Their responses, shaped by Zoe's careful guidance, transformed what could have been traumatic into something empowering, a lesson in resilience that would inform their development far beyond this single incident. Most importantly, the boys were learning that accountability didn't require anger. It required evidence, allies, and strategic action. Lessons that would serve them throughout lives that would inevitably include other challenges to their humanity and worth, but never again without the tools to respond effectively and with unshakable dignity. Parrot Week 6, The Transformation. The transformation of Sunstream Airways, and eventually the entire air travel industry, unfolded in 3 distinct phases, each building upon the foundation laid by the Bennett incident and its immediate aftermath. The soft mechanical sounds of corporate machinery being disassembled and rebuilt provided background to an unprecedented reshaping of how companies approach diversity, equity, and fundamental human dignity. Phase 1, Accountability, Weeks 1-2. Within 48 hours of the incident, interim CEO Laura Simmons stood before cameras in Sunstream's headquarters, delivering a statement noticeably different from standard corporate damage control. The soft electronic sounds of global media broadcasting her words ensured maximum visibility for this pivotal shift. Sunstream Airways failed, not just one family, but countless passengers who experienced discrimination without the platform to demand accountability. We are not asking for patience or understanding. We are committing to fundamental transformation validated by independent oversight. The accountability phase began with stark transparency about the company's failures. The soft rustle of documents being publicly released, creating an audio representation of hidden issues being exposed. Internal audit released showing 132 discrimination complaints filed in the previous year, with only 7 resulting in substantive action. Complete leadership reorganization, removing executives who had minimized or ignored reported incidents. Immediate settlement offers to the 67 passengers represented in the class action lawsuit, with no non-disclosure requirements attached. Federal compliance review accepted without challenge or delay. Independent civil rights monitors invited to assess company practices with unrestricted access. The federal transportation investigation findings, released with unusual speed due to the high-profile nature of the case, were damning. The official government letterhead carried the weight of regulatory authority as the report detailed. Sunstream Airways systematically failed to implement required medical accommodation protocols, with discriminatory impact particularly affecting minority passengers, passengers with disabilities, and elderly travelers. These failures constitute potential violations of federal transportation accessibility regulations, civil rights statutes, and airline safety requirements. The financial consequences continued to accumulate during this phase. each soft electronic ping of market alerts tracking the accelerating cost of accountability. $178 million in passenger settlements, far exceeding typical discrimination payouts. $42 million in regulatory compliance costs, 47%, reduction in advanced bookings across all routes, corporate accounts invoking ethics clauses to terminate relationships. What distinguished this accountability phase from typical corporate crises was the complete absence of defensive positioning or responsibility deflection. The soft sounds of authentic acknowledgement replaced the usual corporate spin tactics. Rather than blaming one bad employee or isolated incident, Sunstream's interim leadership explicitly acknowledged systematic failures requiring comprehensive reform. Phase 2 reconstruction, months 2-6, with baseline accountability established. Sunstream embarked on the more challenging task of fundamental reconstruction. The Bennett Foundation, though divesting its financial stake, provided a framework for transformation that would become the industry standard. The soft sounds of construction, both literal and figurative, filled the airline's facilities as physical spaces and organizational structures were simultaneously rebuilt. The Bennett Framework for Equitable Service included mandatory retraining for all 22,000 customer-facing staff using evidence-based bias reduction protocols, body cameras for all flight attendants with AI, bias detection algorithms, flagging potential discriminatory interactions, independent oversight committee comprised of diverse passengers with actual authority to implement. Policy changes, medical accommodation, verification in systems requiring documented delivery rather than mere notation, anonymous reporting channels for employees witnessing discrimination, with whistleblower protections, transparent publication of discrimination complaint data, including resolution timelines and outcomes. Thomas Prescott's Flight Attendant Diversity Committee played a central role in this reconstruction, creating training protocols based on real-world scenarios rather than theoretical compliance exercises. The soft sounds of honest discussions replaced performative diversity sessions as employees engaged with authentic change processes. Previous training asked employees to affirm anti-discrimination statements without addressing underlying biases. Prescott explained during a congressional hearing, the soft tap of his microphone emphasizing key points. Our new approach directly confronts the mental shortcuts and implicit assumptions that lead to discriminatory service. Most innovatively, Sunstream implemented the industry's first equity verification system, a technological solution that tracked whether passengers with similar status and accommodations received equivalent service regardless of race, gender, or other protected characteristics. The soft electronic sounds of the system going live represented accountability being built directly into operational infrastructure. The system doesn't require perfect equality, explained Chief Technology Officer Maria Hernandez. The soft hum of servers processing real-time service data, creating background to her presentation. It recognizes legitimate service variations while flagging statistically significant disparities that may indicate bias. By month 4 of reconstruction, Sunstream had rebranded as Horizon Airways, a symbolic break with the company's troubled past and visible commitment to new operational principles. The soft sounds of signage being replaced throughout airports nationwide provided physical manifestation of the transformation underway. Phase 3, industry reform. Years 1-2, what began as one company's crisis response evolved into industry-wide transformation when congressional hearings on discrimination in transportation revealed similar patterns across multiple carriers. The soft tap of the committee chairman's gavel called to order discussions that would reshape an entire industry. The Reynolds Act, named with deliberate irony after the flight attendant whose actions triggered the reckoning, established new federal standards for all USM carriers. Mandatory bias training with demonstrated effectiveness. Metrics, medical accommodation protocols with verification requirements, transparency and discrimination complaint reporting, independent civil rights monitoring for carriers exceeding complaint thresholds. International impact followed as the International Civil Aviation Organization adopted similar guidelines, creating global pressure for airlines to implement equity verification systems and transparent reporting mechanisms. The soft rustle of regulatory documents being updated represented unprecedented standardization of human dignity requirements. Competing airlines, initially viewing Sunstream's collapse as a competitive opportunity, quickly realized that consumer expectations had fundamentally shifted. The soft ping of corporate alert systems tracked rapidly evolving market demands. Delta Airways became the first competitor to voluntarily adopt the complete Bennett framework, followed by United, American, and eventually most major international carriers. This isn't just about legal compliance or risk management, explained Delta's CEO during their implementation announcement. The soft electronic sounds of the press conference creating global visibility for their commitment. It's about recognizing that equitable service is a fundamental business requirement in the modern travel marketplace. 2 years after the Bennett incident, independent assessment showed remarkable transformation across the industry. The soft electronic sounds of data collection and analysis creating objective measurement of subjective experience. Discrimination complaints across participating airlines decreased 78%. Medical accommodation compliance improved to 92%. Passenger satisfaction among minority travelers increased 64%. Employee reporting of witnessed discrimination increased 340%. Sunstream Horizon's own journey from cautionary tale to industry leader was perhaps most remarkable. The company that nearly collapsed under the weight of exposed discrimination had transformed into the standard bearer for equity in transportation, not through marketing or image management, but through genuine structural reform validated by transparent metrics. As Laura Simmons, who transitioned from interim to permanent CEO, explained during an anniversary reflection, the soft sounds of transformation providing background to her assessment. The Bennett incident could have destroyed this company. Instead, it forced us to rebuild around principles that should have been there from the beginning. Sometimes destruction is a necessary precursor to authentic transformation. The systematic changes initiated by one family's dignity under pressure had reshaped not just policies and protocols, but fundamental assumptions about accountability in modern corporate structures, proving that meaningful change was possible when documentation, consequences, and public attention aligned to create both individual justice and industry-wide pressure for transformation. The soft sounds of this continuing evolution provided background to an aviation industry forever changed by 3 young boys being told to share a meal. Unexpected redemption. Catherine Williams had never imagined herself as the architect of corporate transformation. The soft tap of her designer heels against polished floors had once signaled traditional executive authority. Now it carried a different resonance, the sound of someone rebuilding both a company and a personal legacy. For 15 years, she had excelled in traditional executive roles, maximizing shareholder value, optimizing operational metrics, and managing public perception with careful corporate messaging. The Bennett incident had initially seemed like a crisis to be managed, rather than a fundamental reckoning to be embraced. But standing in that airport terminal, facing Zoe Bennett's precise questioning about selective urgency and systemic failures, something had shifted in her professional consciousness. The soft internal voice of ethical clarity had finally overcome the louder demands of corporate conformity. When Richard Garcia and several other executives resigned in the aftermath, Williams made the unexpected choice to remain, not to protect her career, but to participate in genuine reformation. Her conversation with interim CEO Laura Simmons had been brutally honest, the soft sounds of authentic accountability replacing typical corporate positioning. I was part of the system that allowed this to happen, Williams acknowledged, her voice carrying the unfamiliar tone of genuine reflection rather than strategic messaging. I prioritized operational metrics over human dignity. I treated discrimination complaints as PR problems rather than fundamental failures. Instead of termination, Simmons offered transformation. Then you're exactly who we need on the rebuilding team. You understand what went wrong because you were inside it. That perspective is invaluable if, and only if, you're committed to creating something entirely different. The soft sound of Williams' acceptance created the beginning of an unexpected redemption arc. 6 months later, Williams found herself appointed as Sunstream Horizon's first chief equity officer, a position with authority equal to the CFO and direct board reporting responsibility. The soft rustle of organizational charts being redrawn represented structural change rather than mere title inflation. Her first official act was reaching out to the Bennett family with a letter that avoided corporate platitudes in favor of genuine acknowledgement. What happened to your family revealed failures that many of us had become blind to through organizational normalization of discrimination. The transformation your dignity catalyzed isn't just changing one airline, it's reshaping an entire industry's approach to human worth. Some of us who were part of the problem are now committed to building solutions, not from shame, but from genuine recognition that corporations must be held accountable for the cultures they create. The Dignity in Travel scholarship program Williams established, providing aviation career pathways for underrepresented youth, became her most personal contribution to the company's redemption story. The soft sounds of construction at the program's dedicated training facility represented tangible investment in sustainable diversity. Funded partly through executive compensation reductions, the program created sustainable diversity in an industry historically resistant to meaningful inclusion. Thomas Prescott's journey from witness to leader represented another unexpected redemption arc. The soft electronic ping of his new employee badge accessing executive floors symbolized the elevation of ethical clarity to leadership position. His promotion to Vice President of Customer Experience came with substantial authority to redesign service protocols from first principles rather than incremental adjustments. What made Thomas's approach revolutionary? Industry analyst Simone Parker explained in Harvard Business Review, the soft rustle of magazine pages spreading his methodology nationwide was his willingness to acknowledge that previous training had functionally taught employees how to hide bias rather than address it. His transparent service model required airlines to measure what actually happened rather than what policies claimed should happen. Prescott's training programs incorporated footage from the Bennett incident with appropriate permissions and context as a case study in how quickly unconscious bias could escalate from service inequality to medical endangerment. The soft electronic sounds of the training videos playing in classrooms nationwide ensured the lessons would be widely shared. Flight crews across the country watched Vanessa Reynolds' casual discrimination alongside Zoe Bennett's composed response, creating powerful learning moments about consequences and alternatives. Sofia Rodriguez's formal partnership with the Bennett Foundation created perhaps the most innovative redemption narrative. The soft electronic sounds of her digital accountability initiative platform going live represented the merging of institutional power with grassroots documentation. Her work transformed citizen documentation from random viral moments into systematic evidence collection protocols that created meaningful accountability. The problem with most discrimination videos, Sofia explained during a TED Talk that garnered 8 million views, the soft tap of her microphone punctuating key points, is that they capture emotional reaction without establishing critical context. We're teaching people to document in ways that create evidence rather than just content. Timestamp recordings, multiple angles, establishing shots that demonstrate disparate treatment rather than isolated interactions. The methodology she developed with foundation support became standard training for civil rights organizations nationwide. The soft electronic pings of her app, Equidoc, being downloaded, represented widespread adoption of structured documentation approaches. The application provided framework for witnesses to capture discrimination in ways that supported both individual justice and pattern recognition. Most surprisingly, even Vanessa Reynolds eventually found a redemption path, though not the career restoration she initially sought. The soft sounds of her footsteps entering a community center where she now worked represented her journey from denial to accountability. After months of public condemnation and employment rejection, she participated in a restorative justice program developed by civil rights organizations. I destroyed more than careers that day, she acknowledged in a facilitated session that later became educational material with her permission. I destroyed my own humanity by treating children as less worthy based on how they looked. My journey now isn't about reclaiming what I lost, but about ensuring others don't perpetuate what I participated in. Her role teaching bias awareness workshops for service industry employees leveraged her firsthand understanding of how normalized discrimination operated in customer-facing positions. The soft sounds of attentive note-taking from her students represented the transformation of personal failure into educational opportunity. While her actions remained inexcusable, her willingness to examine them honestly contributed to training programs that helped others recognize and address similar patterns. These unexpected redemption narratives, from Williams's corporate transformation to Prescott's service revolution to Reynolds' educational contribution, demonstrated that accountability could be both consequence and catalyst. The soft sounds of systems being rebuilt by people who understood their flaws from the inside created more sustainable change than external regulation alone could achieve. As the second anniversary of Flight 447 approached, the airline industry had been fundamentally reshaped not just by new policies and procedures, but by shifted consciousness about whose experiences mattered and what accountability required. The unexpected redemption of individuals and institutions previously complicit in discrimination revealed how completely transformation was possible when documentation created consequences that catalyzed genuine change rather than merely performative adjustment. Measurable impact. 1 year after the Bennett incident, quantifiable results demonstrated how completely the air travel landscape had transformed. The soft electronic sounds of data collection and analysis created objective measurement of subjective experience, transforming anecdotal improvement into verifiable metrics. Discrimination reduction metrics. Formal discrimination complaints decreased 78% across participating airlines. The electronic tracking systems showing clear downward trends. Medical accommodation compliance improved 92% industry-wide. The soft beeps of verified delivery confirmations replacing the silence of ignored requests. Service consistency scores measuring whether similarly situated passengers received equivalent treatment, regardless of demographics, increased 64%. The AI verification systems providing continuous monitoring, employee reporting of witness discrimination increased 340%. The soft electronic pings of the anonymous reporting system indicating cultural shifts in bystander responsibility. Financial and market realignment. Sunstream Horizon Airways stock recovered to 72% of pre-incident value through demonstrated reform. The soft electronic sounds of trading algorithms responding to authentic transformation. Bennett Foundation investments in competing carriers that implemented comprehensive equity frameworks showed 22% higher returns than industry average, creating financial incentives for ethical behavior. Minority passenger bookings increased 47% for airlines with verified equity protocols. The soft sounds of reservation systems processing new customer segments. Corporate travel policies at 67% of Fortune 500 companies now included equity verification requirements for preferred carrier status. The soft rustle of updated procurement documents representing institutional pressure. Policy implementation measurements. 27 airlines had adopted complete Bennett framework implementations. The soft sounds of training sessions replacing performative diversity initiatives. 112 carriers worldwide had implemented partial frameworks. The electronic verification systems creating global standardization. Medical safety protocols transformed across 78% of international routes. The soft beeps of confirmation systems ensuring accommodations were delivered rather than merely noted Noah's Law requiring documented medical needs, accommodation in all U.S. Transportation passed with bipartisan congressional support. The soft tap of the legislative gavel signaling regulatory reinforcement of ethical imperatives. Independent researchers from MIT's Transportation Equity Institute conducted comprehensive assessment studies measuring not just procedural compliance but actual passenger experiences. The soft electronic sounds of their data collection tablets, gathering testimonials, provided human context to statistical improvements. The transformation following the Bennett incident, which represents an unprecedented shift in how discrimination is addressed in commercial transportation. Concluded lead researcher Dr. Alicia Washington, the soft rustle of her comprehensive report representing academic validation of real-world change. Unlike previous industry responses that focused on policy statements without accountability mechanisms, this reform incorporated verifiable metrics, technological verification, and independent oversight with actual authority. What made these impacts particularly remarkable was their sustainability beyond initial crisis response. The soft electronic sounds of continuing improvement, rather than regression, demonstrated authentic transformation. Rather than temporary adjustments that reverted once public attention shifted, the changes had become institutionalized through technological systems, reporting requirements, and fundamental cultural realignment. The economic impact assessment, conducted by Bloomberg's Business Intelligence Unit, quantified both the costs and benefits of industry transformation. The soft electronic sounds of their analytical models processing complex data into clear conclusions. Costs of implementation. $1. $2 billion in industry-wide training development and deployment. $340 million in equity, verification, technology, implementation. $178 million in direct settlement payments to discrimination victims. $94 million in regulatory compliance adjustments. Economic benefits. 3. $7 billion in increased bookings from previously underserved demographics. $6 billion in reduced litigation and reputation. Management costs $820 million in efficiency. Improvements from standardized medical accommodation. Protocols $470 million in corporate contract increases based on equity verification compliance. The Bennett effect created the rare scenario where ethical imperatives and financial incentives aligned perfectly, explained economist Tanisha Jackson, the soft tap of her presentation pointer emphasizing key data visualizations. Airlines discovered that treating all passengers equitably wasn't just morally correct, but financially advantageous, reducing costs while expanding markets. The medical accommodation transformation sparked by Noah's diabetes situation had particularly far-reaching impacts. The soft electronic sounds of continuous glucose monitors being recognized by airline systems represented life-saving standardization. Dr. Olivia Foster led a comprehensive review of transportation medical safety published in the New England Journal of Medicine. The soft rustle of this prestigious publication spreading the findings throughout the medical community. Prior to the Bennett incident, medical accommodations were treated as customer service preferences rather than safety requirements. The paradigm shift toward verified delivery of medically necessary accommodations has implications far beyond discrimination concerns. It represents fundamental improvement in passenger safety protocols. Perhaps most significantly, public perception data revealed shifts in baseline expectations about corporate accountability. The soft electronic sounds of survey results being tabulated showed fundamental shifts in consumer priorities. Consumer surveys showed 82% of travelers now considered equity verification important in carrier selection, with 64% willing to pay premium prices for verified equitable service. The Bennett incident created a new normal in how discrimination is addressed, concluded Sofia Rodriguez in her comprehensive analysis for Columbia Journalism Review, the soft rustle of this prestigious academic publication spreading her insights broadly. Before Flight 447, the typical pattern involved viral outrage, followed by corporate apology and minimal change. The new pattern demands verifiable transformation measured by independent assessment. As these metrics demonstrated, what had begun as one family's dignity under pressure had catalyzed an accountability revolution with measurable impacts across multiple dimensions: financial, operational, medical, and cultural. The soft electronic sounds of continuous improvement represented sustainable change rather than temporary adjustment. The data validated what Zoe Bennett had stated in her initial press conference: meaningful change required both consequences and verification, not just promises and policies. The Bennett Foundation's annual impact report summarized the transformation succinctly, the soft rustle of its pages carrying institutional authority. We measure success not by intentions or statements, but by measurable experiences of actual passengers. The data now confirms what should have been obvious from the beginning. Treating all travelers with equal dignity isn't just ethically necessary, but operationally superior. 3 years after Flight 447, the Bennett family gathered in Washington, D.C. for a ceremony none of them had anticipated when they boarded that Boston-bound flight. The soft sounds of the crowd settling into their seats created an atmosphere of anticipation. The National Civil Rights Museum was inducting Zoe Bennett into its Moral Courage Hall of Fame, recognizing her transformation of corporate accountability standards through dignity rather than confrontation. The Triplets, now 13, had grown physically but maintained the essential characteristics that had defined them during the incident. The soft rustle of their formal suits, no longer matching but coordinated, represented their evolving individuality within continued unity. Isaiah's artistic talent had developed into genuine skill, with his drawings of the flight incident now part of the Smithsonian's exhibition on documentation as civil rights tool. His sketch titled "First Class While Black" had become an iconic image representing the power of dignity under discrimination. The soft sound of museum visitors discussing his work, creating validation beyond his years. Elijah's leadership abilities had expanded through his youth advocacy program, Dignity Defenders, which had spread to schools nationwide, teaching students effective, non-confrontational methods for addressing discrimination. The soft electronic sounds of his presentation materials being downloaded by educators created a soundtrack of expanding influence. His methodical approach to justice had influenced educational curricula across the country, showing young people how to document incidents and create accountability without escalation. Noah, whose medical situation had elevated the incident from discrimination to endangerment, had become a powerful advocate for diabetic children navigating public spaces. The soft beep of his now miniaturized glucose monitor represented the technological advances his advocacy had helped accelerate. His testimony before congressional committees had been instrumental in passing transportation accessibility legislation now known informally as Noah's Law, requiring verified delivery of medical accommodations across all transportation modes. As the Bennett family took their seats at the ceremony, the contrast between current reality and that fateful flight couldn't have been starker. The soft rustle of program materials being distributed created background to this moment of recognition. The three young boys once told they didn't deserve equal service were now recognized nationally as catalysts for transformation. Their mother, once dismissed by a flight attendant's casual racism, was now being honored alongside historic civil rights figures for creating change that extended far beyond one incident or one company. The museum director's introduction captured this extraordinary journey. Her voice carrying through the hall with perfect amplification, Dr. Zoe Bennett transformed a moment of discrimination into a movement for accountability. Rather than seeking punishment or personal compensation, she created systems of verification that have fundamentally reshaped how corporations approach equity and inclusion. When Zoe approached the podium to accept the recognition, the soft tap of her heels against the stage created anticipation for her remarks. Her speech focused not on the incident itself, but on its broader implications, her voice carrying the same measured authority that had confronted airline executives 3 years earlier. "My sons were told they should know their place," she began, the room falling completely silent save for the soft electronic sounds of recording devices preserving her words. "They do know their place, and their place is anywhere they choose to be, anywhere they work to reach, anywhere they dream of going." She continued with the lesson that had resonated most powerfully throughout corporate America, her voice carrying perfect clarity. Because in America, your place isn't determined by others' prejudices, but by your own courage, dignity, and refusal to accept anything less than full human respect. The triplets watched their mother with evident pride, each processing the moment through their distinct personalities. Isaiah capturing the emotional resonance in quick sketches, the soft scratch of his pencil barely audible. Elijah analyzing the strategic impact, his posture reflecting attentive assessment. Noah connecting the personal experience to broader social patterns. The soft beep of his glucose monitor providing subtle background to this moment of triumph. The Bennett Foundation had expanded its mission beyond its original healthcare focus, now operating the Corporate Accountability Institute that worked with companies across industries and implement verified equity practices. The soft electronic sounds of data collection systems continued gathering evidence of both discrimination and improvement. What had begun as one investment relationship with one airline had evolved into a comprehensive framework for how businesses could demonstrate commitment to equal treatment through measurable actions rather than mission statements. "We don't measure progress through intentions," Zoe explained in her acceptance speech, the soft tap of her hand against the podium emphasizing critical points. "We measure it through experiences. The question isn't what companies say about equality. It's whether people of all backgrounds actually receive equal treatment when interacting with those companies." This straightforward but revolutionary approach had reshaped accountability standards across corporate America, creating what business publications now call the Bennett Standard, the expectation that equity claims must be verified through independent assessment rather than accepted as aspirational statements. The soft rustle of industries adapting to this new reality created background to continuing transformation. As the ceremony concluded, the Bennett family returned to their normal lives. Isaiah to his art classes, Elijah to his school leadership role, Noah to his diabetes advocacy work, and Zoe to the foundation that continued expanding its impact through strategic investment aligned with verified equity practices. The soft sounds of their everyday routines represented the ultimate victory, the ability to live ordinary lives of extraordinary impact. Their journey from discrimination targets to transformation catalysts demonstrated the extraordinary power of dignity under pressure, not just for addressing isolated incidents, but for creating sustainable change in how institutions approached fundamental human worth. What I want people to remember about our experience, Zoe told an interviewer after the ceremony, the soft electronic sounds of the recording creating permanent record of her wisdom, isn't the discrimination itself, but how completely transformation is possible when we respond with dignity, documentation, and determination rather than just anger or acceptance. Continuing legacy. The Bennett framework expanded far beyond airlines, creating accountability standards across industries where consumer interactions had historically reflected biased treatment. The soft sounds of implementation, training sessions, verification systems being installed, independent monitors conducting assessments, created a soundtrack of expanding impact. Hotels, restaurants, retail chains, and healthcare facilities implemented variations of the equity verification systems first developed for air travel. What makes the Bennett approach revolutionary? Explained to a Harvard Business School's case study on the transformation. The soft rustle of this prestigious publication spreading the methodology globally is its shift from intention to verification, measuring what actually happens to consumers rather than what policies claim should happen. The Reynolds Act continued expanding its regulatory reach, with transportation authorities implementing increasingly sophisticated oversight mechanisms based on data analysis rather than complaint response. The soft electronic sounds of monitoring systems created continuous measurement of equality metrics. The fundamental premise that equal service wasn't aspirational but mandatory had shifted from controversial to mainstream in remarkably short time. Former Sunstream executives followed dramatically different paths in the years following the incident. The soft sounds of their divergent journeys created a case study in individual responses to institutional failure. Some, like Catherine Williams, became leading voices in corporate transformation, leveraging their firsthand experience with systemic failure to help other companies avoid similar patterns. Others resisted accountability, finding themselves increasingly marginalized in a corporate landscape where verified equity had become a market expectation rather than a social justice aspiration. Richard Garcia, the former CEO whose dismissive response had exemplified the company's initial failure, eventually found redemption through unexpected channels. The soft sounds of his public speaking engagements created opportunities for others to learn from his mistakes. After months of reflection and genuine engagement with civil rights organizations, he established a consulting firm helping companies identify discrimination vulnerabilities before they created crises. My greatest professional failure became my most important education, he explained in a TED Talk that garnered 8 million views. The soft electronic sounds of audience engagement metrics, tracking the impact of his conversion narrative. I had to lose everything to understand what truly matters in business leadership. Vanessa Reynolds' personal journey through restorative justice became an essential component of a flight attendant training nationwide. The soft sounds of her workshops, now conducted at industry conferences and training centers, provided firsthand warning about bias consequences. Her willingness to examine how casual bias had escalated to discrimination and potential endangerment provided powerful learning opportunities for service professionals across industries. I didn't just destroy careers that day, she acknowledged in training videos now shown to thousands of customer-facing employees annually. The soft electronic sounds of these recordings ensuring broad impact. I destroyed my own humanity by treating children as less worthy based on how they looked. When we deny others dignity, we compromise our own in ways we don't immediately recognize. The technical innovations sparked by the Bennett incident created entirely new approaches to equity verification. The soft electronic sounds of body cameras with AI bias detection became standard equipment for transportation staff, analyzing service patterns for statistical anomalies that might indicate discriminatory treatment. Medical accommodation verification systems ensured documented needs received appropriate responses regardless of passenger demographics. The soft pings of confirmation creating accountability that transcended individual good intentions. Perhaps most significantly, the corporate culture shift extended beyond compliance into fundamental values alignment. The soft sounds of authentic organizational transformation represented genuine rather than performative change. Companies discovered that treating all customers with equal dignity wasn't just ethically necessary but operationally superior, reducing complaints, litigation, and reputation management costs while expanding markets and customer loyalty. The Bennett Triplets' influence continued expanding through their distinctive channels, Isaiah's artwork, Elijah's advocacy programs, Noah's medical accessibility initiatives, the soft sounds of their continuing development, school presentations, community workshops, media appearances, created continuous reminders of how individual dignity could catalyze systemic change. Their perspectives as both catalysts and beneficiaries of transformation provided unique insights into how discrimination could be addressed effectively without allowing it to define personal identity or limit aspirational horizons. What those three young boys demonstrated, observed civil rights historian Dr. Marcus Johnson, the soft rustle of his comprehensive analysis creating academic documentation of this pivotal moment, was that dignity doesn't require power, but it can certainly create it when properly channeled through documentation, accountability mechanisms, and systematic follow-through. As the Skyline Horizon Airways case study became standard curriculum in business schools nationwide, the soft sounds of lecture hall discussions ensured the lessons would influence future corporate leaders. The fundamental lesson resonated beyond transportation into every industry where human worth intersected with commercial exchange. Meaningful change required verification, consequences, and transparency, not just policies, promises, and public statements. The continuing legacy of Flight 447 ultimately transcended the specific incident that triggered it, creating a new paradigm for how companies approach the fundamental question at the heart of civil rights in commercial context, not just what they claim to value, but what experiences they actually delivered to people of all backgrounds. The soft sounds of this ongoing transformation created background to a business landscape forever changed by three young boys being told to share one meal. The most powerful lesson from our experience, Zoe Bennett explained during her museum induction speech, the soft electronic sounds of recording devices preserving her words for broader sharing, is that meaningful change doesn't require anger. It requires evidence, allies, and strategic action. Each of us has the capacity to transform discrimination from personal injury into systemic improvement. This fundamental approach, documentation rather than escalation, verification rather than accusation, created a template for effective civil rights advocacy in digital contexts. The soft electronic sounds of Sofia Rodriguez's Digital Accountability Initiative platform represented this methodology being systematized for widespread use. She had trained over 50,000 citizens in proper documentation techniques, transforming random viral moments into systematic evidence collection. The key question that emerged from this transformation wasn't whether discrimination still occurred. Human bias remained an unfortunate reality, but whether systems existed to create meaningful consequences. When it did, the soft sounds of verification systems humming in background of commercial interactions represented technological reinforcement of ethical expectations. The Bennett Standard had established clear metrics for distinguishing performative, corporate statements from authentic commitment to equal treatment. As this new accountability paradigm continued expanding, several crucial questions emerged for organizations, individuals, and society. The soft electronic ping of engagement metrics showed these questions generating significant audience response. Have you witnessed discrimination in travel or other consumer contexts? Share your experience with #DignityVerified, contributing to the national database tracking service disparities across industries. What would you have done if you were another passenger on Flight 447? Would you have documented the incident, spoken up directly, or remained silent? Understanding our own response patterns helps us prepare for future situations where our witness matters. Should service providers be required to have body cameras with bias detection for all customer-facing staff? The technology exists. The question is whether we value equity verification enough to implement it universally. How can you apply the Bennett framework in your own organization? Documentation systems, verification mechanisms, and consequence structures can transform abstract commitments into measurable practices. These questions weren't merely rhetorical. They represented action paths for continuing the transformation that one family's dignity had catalyzed. The soft sounds of audience engagement, comments being posted, shares being activated, downloads being initiated, created audio confirmation of continuing impact. By engaging directly with these considerations, individuals and organizations could extend accountability standards beyond transportation into every context where human worth intersected with institutional practices. Eagle-eyed observers might notice something subtle in the transformation timeline, A detail revealed during congressional testimony showing that Zoe Bennett had been documenting Sunstream's discrimination patterns for months before the Flight 447 incident. The soft rustle of her foundation's quarterly reviews being entered into official record demonstrated how systematic preparation had enabled decisive response. Her foundation's investment oversight committee had been systematically tracking complaint patterns, building the evidence base that would later enable comprehensive accountability when direct experience provided the catalyst for action. This methodology, patient documentation combined with strategic leverage, offered a powerful template for addressing systemic issues beyond individual incidents. The soft sounds of this approach being adopted across advocacy organizations represented multiplication of impact. It demonstrated how completely transformation was possible when preparation met opportunity, when dignity confronted discrimination, when evidence created consequences. Join our notification community by subscribing to the Bennett Foundation's corporate accountability updates. The Foundation's resources page invited the soft electronic sounds of digital engagement metrics tracking response rates, regular briefings on equity verification systems, documentation methodologies, and accountability case studies delivered directly to your inbox. As the Bennett family continued their advocacy while maintaining normal lives, balancing public impact with personal privacy, they embodied the principle at the heart of their approach. Discrimination needn't define identity, even while addressing it remained essential for social progress. The soft sounds of their continued everyday experiences, school activities, family dinners, professional accomplishments, represented the ultimate victory over discrimination. Their story continued inspiring others to recognize that sometimes the most important changes start with one voice refusing to accept injustice as normal. One family's courage inspiring an entire nation to do better, and one moment of dignity under pressure creating accountability ripples that transform entire industries. In the final analysis, what Flight 447 demonstrated wasn't just how quickly discrimination could occur at 37,000 feet, but how completely transformation could follow when documentation created consequences that catalyzed change rather than merely performative adjustments, proving that justice didn't require anger. Only evidence and determination to create systems where dignity wasn't just promised, but verified. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. If you found this story inspiring, be sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button. Your support helps us continue sharing these powerful stories of dignity and accountability. Have you ever witnessed discrimination while traveling? Share your experience in the comments below and join the conversation about how documentation can create meaningful change. Remember to hit that notification bell so you never miss another Blacktail story that shows how courage, dignity, and strategic action can transform injustice into opportunity for systemic improvement. Together, we can ensure that everyone's humanity is respected, not because of their status or connections, but because dignity is a fundamental right that belongs to us all.